What's up, gang? Someone give me the confirmation that it is playing sound. What's up, gang? Okay, never mind. I found it myself. Where do I get the demos? I asked players for the serve me reservation. Like, they should just get uploaded to like match pages and stuff. No, it's broken that thing now. Okay, spoiler alert. Yeah, they should just get uploaded to match pages, but it takes a little while, so I tend to I just ask players to link me them before, because I can only stream like at certain days and shit, so I can't be waiting for these prem players to upload shit, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like there's a rule, like it's 72 hours or something like that. Like teams have like 72 hours to upload them, so admins will be hassling them in like a day or so to upload them to tf2. Yeah, I think it's 72 hours is the default though. But sometimes with shit like grand finals, because it's the end of the season, sometimes they just like don't get uploaded for weeks. Because like, you know, the threat of, you know, if you don't upload the demo, it's like you get a minor warning, but season's over, right? So no one cares about warnings, I guess, at that point. Am I officially coming back to 7? Yeah. Yeah, like I could have played like, don't know, probably since 2 or 3 weeks ago, but it seemed more logical to let them finish out with Domo, because I'd probably be pretty bad for like a couple of weeks because I haven't played the game. Like pretty much since LAN. I think I played like 4 maps or something since LAN. What are these demos here? I don't understand. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's like I don't know if it's like confirmed that Domo can't go LAN. I know that he has like this holiday thing that suddenly came up, but I definitely heard him say or read him say that he was going to what the fuck? Oh, it's because I haven't named them .dem. I renamed all the demos, but I didn't rename them as a demo file, so none of them are being recognized as demos. Yeah, I don't know. He sounds like he really wants to go and might be willing to make a stand with his family about his other commitments. Oh, did he tweet about it? What did he tweet? Because I saw him. Well, we have like a WhatsApp group, I guess, for 7, and on it he said that like he still really wants to go to. He'd like rather go to Copenhagen, and that maybe he would try and find a way to, you know, assert his will over his family's demands. What did his tweet say, though? Okay. Want to play? For me? Nah, lad. Nah, lad. I'm a spectator. When I'm streaming, I'm a permanent spectator. Like, I don't have the PC to play and stream at the same time. Which is weird because I used to, but I guess the PC got older and tf2 got shittier. And also, I don't have a way of reading chat now. If I, like, when I play in, like, a different res, I guess. And I don't have a way of reading chat when I have that resolution, because you can't have dual monitor with that resolution. Otherwise, it doesn't stretch. So I only watch demos when I stream. It turns out I'm probably not going to Copenhagen in April. Sad isn't the word for it. My mum has booked a trip to New York on the 18th. She hasn't told anybody since the Christmas present. It's great, but very sad at the same time because last year was so good. Oh, damn, that fucking blows. Yeah, like, I don't know, I guess he was writing to us. I guess Domo was writing to us about it, like, shortly after he found out. I don't know, I guess he, like, won the season and probably told his parents, like, hey, I won free, like, ticket and PC for this LAN that's happening. And then his mom was like, hey, when's that LAN happening? And then Feels Bad Man ensued. Because this all happened like straight after like the grand final. I felt like the timing was really weird. Or maybe his mom's just a bitch or something. I don't know. Maybe she did it on purpose. Get him away from those fucking video games, you know? No, actually, I'll tell you what. I didn't mean it like that. No, she's obviously not. I'm sure Domo's mum is like a very, very nice lady. She just booked him a holiday. No, I said maybe. Like, it was like a joke. She's not. I don't know her. I'm sure she's really fucking nice. She booked him a fucking free trip to New York. Domo's mum sounds great. It was a hypothetical. Lads. Right? Okay, so, yeah, anyway. Onto the demos, I guess. Away from the domos, onto the demos. Actually, wait, my blinds. Do my blinds work? These ones work. These ones work. Yes. I like it when it gets to the end of the season, because I have, like, finally made config files for all the matchups. Okay, so Badlands. This was 7's pick. And this was like, okay, so, oh, God. A little bit of context, actually, I guess. This is a map that, had 7 lost this map, it would have been a fucking disaster, because this was a sense permaban. This was like the only, well, not a disaster, but like this was the real advantage, like the only advantage 7 had in this game, in terms of, you know, being the upper bracket team, aka, you know, the team that hadn't lost, which is retarded, by the way. Like, I know that Ombrac lost for several seasons and like didn't enjoy the map advantage and stuff in the grand final, but this system is just as, if not more so, retarded, that you win this whole season, you then go undefeated through playoffs, but then you can lose one game and you lose the season, while the other teams like lost multiple times. That's kind of weird. But anyway, 7's only advantage, like, they should do something like some kind of compromise, like do proper double elim, like, you know, 2 best of 3s so you can reset the bracket, or just do single elim playoffs, man. Like, we don't actually need double elimination playoffs. I don't think, anyway. I like them personally, but yeah, like, map advantage was not great. Like, I don't think it makes for great formats, but this fake double elimination is just as bad, in my opinion, because it's fine for now, right? It's fine now because the upper bracket team is winning, like, pretty much every time. Like, I don't remember I guess the last time was like that weird season where we had like fucking Paddy and fucking went to sleep on Arctic Foxes. But apart from that time, like, the upper bracket team pretty much always wins, so we pretty much don't have this problem. But imagine if the upper bracket team started losing in the grand final, like, they would
Jason,
have won one game.
I cannot breathe with this air.
Like, they would have lost a game, sure, but they would have lost the same game. Like, they would have lost one game, the same as the team who won the winner bracket, the grand final. So both teams would have lost a match in playoffs, but one team would win playoffs because they lost the wrong game. You know what I mean? So this system is pretty garbage at the moment, but luckily, like, so far, like, the winner bracket team has been consistent and won, so it's not really been exposed. I guess we've had this system for 2 seasons now, and I think 7 we won it both times from upper bracket. So it's not exposed itself for like the flawed format that it is. But yeah, now that the seasons are looking a bit closer, I would really like to see this like re-examined somewhat. I personally really enjoyed like the really old playoff format we had, where it was 4th place 3rd, and then winner of that place 2nd, and then winner of that place 1st. So like if you win the season, you're already in the grand final. I actually really like that system, like the little mini ladder. I thought that was really cool. Like, because it gave you a really good reward for winning the season still, so the regular season games, like, mattered. Because now, like, let's face it, like, if 7 are playing Ascent in regular season game, chances are the outcome really doesn't fucking matter because one of them is going to finish first, one of them is going to finish second, and then they're both going to win their respective playoff games and play each other in the grand final, right? Whereas, yeah, I don't know. That system was pretty cool. But anyway, let's watch. But either way, the point being, before I got sidetracked, the point is, this is a sense permaban. So, given the ETF2 system being what it is, and the map pools of both these teams, this was the only map that was really like a nailed on like winner for 7. Like Ascent don't play the map, 7 do play the map really well. Or at least traditionally we played it really well, because I guess Ascent have always banned it, so I don't really play it that much in the big games. But yeah, so like I mean, Viaduct was also 7's pick. Like 7 got to pick 2 maps before Ascent got to ban, but Viaduct was like, okay, well, you guys know the result, but like, in terms of it being like a pick, like a map you get to pick before they can ban, it's not exactly. The map pools of Ascent, 7 and Ascent were just, apart from Badlands, they were just too close together. Like 7 picked Viaduct in the upper bracket final and won it, okay, sure, but you could kind of tell watching that game that like there was no real consistency about what happened. It was just 7 played that map better on that day, and Ascent played it better on this though. So yeah, this map here is like kind of the key one. So if I remember correctly, it looked like Ascent tried to do some kind of direct like counter to how 7 play, because there's a lot of like back and forth in this game where each team knows how the other plays, right? Particularly because half of Ascent's players have played for 7. So Sil and Drak both do these really deep bombs like onto the balcony. I mean, they split their target, which was kind of strange. But it looked like, you know, they know that 7 likes to play this bottom slope area, and they went straight for it. But they didn't focus targets good, and in the meanwhile, like, Stark rolled out choke and came in from behind. So as simultaneously with Drak and Sil beefing, they're like not beefing, but like not finding anything with their aggression, Stark also rolled out choke, which I'm not sure how often he does. I don't think Ascent have like Ascent know how 7 play, but they don't necessarily know how Stark roams on this map, right? Because none of them have really played with the Stark roamer on Badlands. So Stark just comes in, gets the call, they're pushing under. Yeah, this to me from Ascent looked like an anti-strat. Like they bombed the soldiers really, really deep and then pushed under. It's like if Drak and Sil get some frags, okay, this could work, but okay, Stark probably kills the medic, so we'd end up with a really close mid. But because the soldiers got no kills whatsoever, this mid's basically over. Yeah, because 7, we play it like, they, whatever. They play it like quite, not passive, but like, if they see soldiers bombing, they're not like rushing to go up the slope, if you know what I mean. It's like, I mean, to me, it's just basic Badlands. Like, you don't rush up the slope if the soldiers are aggro there. Like, you can just go spread out into valley. And Dalash and Raymond have been doing this for years. And Domo's gotten very used to it now as well. So yeah, Ascent looked to try and do something about that rather than just kind of mirroring, but yeah, it didn't work out. Yeah, this is a pretty decent last push. Like, Domo played it pretty good. I like how much emphasis he's putting on controlling top left. Like, I feel like sometimes he neglects the point slightly, but it's just because he knows that it's very important that he's controlling top left as well. Mind catching us up as to why Kaidus isn't playing. I ended up sitting out this season because I strained something in my left shoulder, which is, it's kind of better now. Like, we never really had an agreement with Domo about how long he'd play. It was just kind of like, Domo, bro, can you play for me? My arm hurts today. And then today turned into this week. And then this week turned into, okay, give me a couple of weeks, please. But then sometime around the middle of the season, it was like, all right, lads, just fucking play with Domo. And so that Domo knows what he's doing. And so that we could actually like focus on making sure this lineup won rather than, because everyone was kind of practicing with the mentality of like, oh, I'm going to play again soon, so let's not put much effort into filling Domo in on this, that, and the other, or whatever. So we just decided to finish the season with Domo at one point. Like, I reckon I probably could have played a couple of weeks ago, but it seemed to make more sense to let Domo finish it. Well, not let, but to have Domo finish it out. Okay, so 7 take a really quick round at the start. I can't remember what Ascent did on the second mid. Like, I don't know if they're going to try the same thing again, because I don't feel like we really saw, like, we saw the fruits of that execution, because the soldiers, like Drax shot Thalash on balcony and Sil shot the medic. So they didn't really focus targets together, so the bombs never did anything. And this mid, yeah, they go for something, like, totally different this mid. 7 just do their default. Drac and Sil are bombing around top slope. Captain is God knows where. You see 7 just playing it nice and slope and valley. Frags get traded. 7 end up in a weird position. I'm not sure what Stark was doing on this mid. It looked like 7 would be able to go back in at some point if one of the soldiers could survive. But yeah, 7 not able to like sync anything up with the soldiers there. Is it my nerves that are the issue? No, what, you mean like, as in like my nerve fibers? No, like I have some nerve troubles in my right hand. And there definitely is a nerve that gets impinged in my left as well. But it's not like, the root of it isn't the nerve, if you know what I mean. Like the muscular malfunction does affect the nerve from time to time, but typically it's like, I don't really know what it is, to be honest. Like I don't really have a diagnosis or something. It's just kind of generic muscle pain, I guess. Muscle tightness. Yeah, so Ascent win the second mid. Yeah, like whatever's happening with the muscles does occasionally like impinge on the nerve as well. But yeah, it's like the nerve isn't the actual problem. It's just it can be irritated like as a side effect. Like I get the like if like let's say I'm using my hand a lot. Because it's like, okay, so it's strained like down here, but it goes like through the arm, like finger usage like pulls on these things, these bits as well, right? So if I do it too much, like at first it hurts, and then it will start to like get like some nerve sensations. Ooh, mate. Let's watch that one again, because that was a really fucking like nice bomb. But it was also really weird how the first rocket like hits the stairs almost, so it like gives Raymond no like. It's like a really hard rocket to surf, and in the end, it's just like synced rockets, basically. We'll watch it again from the third person view. Wait, oh shit, I'm on the wrong one. Okay. I remember hearing 7 discuss this. I think Thalash like went for ammo or some shit exactly as he came. It's like Thalash is going to run for ammo. Wait, where's Tiger? Oh, Tiger's watching resup because Stark is down. Yeah, I kind of question the timing of the counter-sack. Okay, so this is just a minor point, but like I often feel like teams do this, where they counter-sack, but they do it a bit late. Like, you see how long there have been players alive for Ascent, and Stark is still down and still has to roll out, so Tiger is currently watching the flank. And I think Thalash is going to go for ammo before this sack comes in. See Thalash running back now. At least this is what he said. Maybe he's making excuses. Yeah, so Thalash goes for ammo exactly as Sil bombs. So this was really unfortunate. Yeah, but that first rocket just hits the stairs, so it's like unsurfable almost. But yeah, I feel like yeah, it's a misplay by Thalash, like to go for ammo there. Like it doesn't matter if he only has 6 shots left in his chamber. Like as long as Stark is down and Tiger's watching the flank, it's like the one time you don't go for ammo. Right? Like, if Tiger's there, it doesn't really matter. You can go for ammo whenever. But that moment there, where you're 1 down, they're 6, your scout buddy is watching the flank. That's like a really, really bad time to go for ammo. Because you can, usually we have 2 scouts here, and you can go for ammo pretty much whenever you want. But that's like the one occasion you can't go for ammo. So unless he had literally like 1 shot left, in which case, that's just bad play, I guess. Oh, dude, Tiger. Yeah, bad decision to go for ammo there. But nice bomb by Sil. So Ascent got the mega control. manually checking traps. I feel like they could be a bit faster about this ascent. Like, no cap time. Cap time comes in now. Okay, they were 1 scout down. But 7 have got up to 50%. Considering this was a drop, 7 are up to 70% as a center coming into the lobby, right? So I think this definitely should have been an ad push to last for Ascent, and they're just a bit too slow. Like, if memory serves, they don't push it, which is the correct decision in the end, because of how long they took to transition across the maps. It's the correct decision, but they really should have been able to get a last push out of that. So I don't really know what happened there. Like, I know they were 1 scout down, but it's like their entire combo walked through trash. Like, they had trash before they had any cap time, which, considering how passive 7 were, like, they didn't have boys alive. Considering how passive they were, it didn't really seem necessary. You actually resigned to not going Domo? Because I know you were saying you were considering, like, trying to find a compromise or something. Is it just that, like, it's it now? You're not going? Okay, so we're on the Badlands last. I don't know about this, like, sniper decision. Like, to go straight for the sniper seems a little bit weird to me, because there's so many plays you can make with the cap time now. To go straight to the sniper strikes me as a little odd. I mean, it is early days, but I always feel like, I don't know.
Oh, Jason, I cannot breathe with this air.
14 months. Thanks for the sub, man. How's it going, man? Appreciate it. It's going good for me. But yeah, this sniper, like, I don't know. I feel like on Badlands and Gully, okay, there is actually a few cool, like, strats you can do with the sniper on Badlands last. But just pure sniping, like sniping to get picks, I feel like it's not good. Like, it's just not good on Badlands. Like, there's no angles against a proper defense. Like, Captain, you see how he plays the floor there? Like, spamming main all the time. The pyro spamming. Like, no one has to peek here. Like, they have the gun, they have the pyro. They can just, like, I don't know if, is Doma running cannons right now? Yeah, Doma was running cannons. So they can spam all the doors without being in the sniper sightline. They have to get so lucky to get a pick here. And to, like, get a valuable pick is such a slim chance. So I don't really like this approach. Like, on some maps it can be good. Like, on some maps you have no better option, maybe, even. But I feel like on Badlands, it's like you can't even really go for a hero shot. I mean, the best you could do is run in top left. But even then, it's like, even if you run in top left, you're probably not going to find a shot on the med. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think sniper's very good. If you're really struggling, right, and you can't figure anything out, okay, yeah, it's, you can snipe. But I don't think it's good, personally. Swiftly looking around anyway. I don't think there's any sort of compromise possible. It's a done deal. Damn, man, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, so this is where the interesting play happens, I think. Okay, so Stark goes for a sack, and Captain watches lower left. So this is what you should... This is textbook, right? Your Roma goes for sack. You have a stack of players top right, so your pocket goes and watches lower left. But then, watch what happens, like this timing. So Stark is going to get the spawn. Stark gets the spawn, so Captain goes away. Wait, what? What? Oh, this is a tragedy. I thought I thought that no one saw him come in. What? That's so bad. What the fuck? Okay, so 7 didn't know he was there, right? This isn't like Captain called it and then everyone was distracted. Like I knew that he came in bottom left, but when I was watching, like I was caught out by it, like as from STV, because I thought what happened was as Stark spawned, Captain left lower right, and then as Captain was going away and Stark was going back to lower left, that's when Drac walked in, like just in the just in the moment the soldiers were switching. I thought that's what happened, but that's not what happened. Captain was there. He had a little engagement with him, and I think he just didn't expect him to walk in, so he just kind of leaves it. Let's go back and let's just check that out again, because I want to see that from Captain's POV. Like, I knew he came from lower left, like from spec. Like, I told 7 as well after the game that he came from lower left, but I thought it had happened, like, in the transitional period, where Captain and Stark were kind of, resetting their position, because obviously Captain's covering for Stark here. But Captain sees him, he tags him. He doesn't realize he walked in. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. Fuck me. What's up, I know Speed London? Yeah, that was pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, but it's a send ad now, boys. Credu's swapping off, I guess. Good decision. Like, there's a bomb you can do main where you skip past the sentry and get to the lower stairs. But I don't think anyone really does it, apart from, like, 7 from time to time. So ascent push. Oh, I have the really bad camera angle. I don't really know what happened there. It didn't look like Ascent had anything particularly great going on. Like, they had control of top left, but 7 had complete freedom top right, and then people just died. I'm not going to go back and watch it again, because I don't think it was anything that special. Ascent played it reasonably well. I think 7 could have done a bit more to defend that, to be honest, but yeah, that round is all about that force by Drac, which was a real blunder, if we're going to be honest. Okay, so still on Drac, taking train. Captain Stark's playing passive and choke. I don't really have a good camera angle on that. Yeah, so Syl and Drac are doing this thing where they're taking 7's train, but like, I just feel like that's really bad mid. Like, not like they're bad or anything like that, but I just think that's like, 7 are so well set up for, like, that's second time Stark rolled out choke, so hopefully they won't do it again. But like, Stark is in choke, so denying them going behind there and also contesting them. And 7 are really good at dealing with soldiers on their train. Like, their entire setup for the mid is based around being able to react to soldiers on train and going away from there. And I would expect like Drac and Ams to know that. Like, if you jump 7's train, they're just going to put soldiers behind you, and like they're going to spread out into valley with their combo and completely avoid the soldiers. Soldiers are going to be isolated from heals and just taking damage. Like, you really need to get in, like, into the house or like actually on them and take control of things. Yeah, so I'm not a fan of that approach personally. So this push comes out in the end. I didn't really see what happened. 7 walked in lower right, and it was all pretty much okay. Didn't realize Alicorp doesn't stick top left. Oh, why is my game doing that? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Shade? Lots of top teams go for weird class choices for main court, like 7 demo and Blow Med. I don't think that's really that weird. Like, I don't think it's optimal in current day and age, but the best player to main call on a team is the player who's best at main calling 99% of the time. But if you have a scout who's really good at it, that is the most optimal thing you can have. But I think demo is pretty good for main calling a lot of the time, as long as you have the right players. Like, I think after scout, demo is probably the best. But yeah, I don't think this is too strange. But yeah, Pocket Scout is definitely like the best like class for calling. But it didn't always be. Like, it didn't always be. It didn't always be that way. It wasn't always like this. Okay, so Sil and Drak. Drak taking trains, Sil attacking point. So I guess they're just trying to cut off some of the aggression. Ascent just looks so isolated on these mids, man. Like, they just don't look together. It's like they tried this, like, unorthodox bomb, like, straight at the start. Like, right at the start, like, the very first mid, Drak and Sil both bombed very aggro into 7's sort of balcony area. It didn't work, but, like, it didn't work because they, A, didn't coordinate their targets, and B, Stark did, like, a nice flank, because Ascent decided to push under, right? But I think that was closer to the correct approach than what they've done the rest of the mids. Like, they're doing, like, I don't know, it's like they've given up on that approach because they executed it quite poorly, and also because they went under. Like, they could just do similar bombs, you know, like soldiers onto balcony, getting behind in house and shit like this. And I feel like it will be closer to where they need to be. Thoughts on this lower left hold from Elacore? I didn't see it. Was he like trapping stuff? Oh, this play was super questionable by Ascent, man. I think, is this the time? Yeah, Cody's gonna die. Like, this push just doesn't make any sense, like putting 2 guys on Spire. Like, okay, they had 2 picks, but Ams is dead. So it's 5v6, 4v5 rather, on Spire for 7. And Ascent commit 2 bodies to Spire. Like, I know the Badlands last is tough to push out of, but this was just like a clear-cut error. Like, we'll drag it back actually, like just to discuss that one a little bit. But it was just a 4v5, right? So at most, like, I mean, it's bread and butter tf2, right? At most, you sack from that. Like, you don't push like your entire team out. Like, okay, you might take your combo as far as balcony. Like, you might take your combo as far as balcony. Like, I feel like this call was made before Ams died. So Ascent are thinking 6v4, but then Ams dies. So they only have 1 scout. They might even leave Drak on last. Let's see, do they leave Drak on last? Yeah, so they leave Drak on last. So it's a 4v4 fight. And they don't, like, they could go for a force here, right? Like, Sil could just bomb for a force. Like, if he used this bomb just to go for a force, okay, it might not work, he might not get it, but at that point he can then, okay, he either gets it or he doesn't, and his team can go back. But they just commit to a 4v4 fight, like, and they just put bodies on Spire. And these bodies on Spire are just gonna take damage, you know? Like, spawns are gonna come in nicely for 7, either way. And these guys on Spire just take, like, I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve. Like, are they planning on capping or forcing 7 to, like, do they think 7 are going to have to use their Uber to block this point? I'm not too sure. But either way, they end up just feeding 2 players. I really think they could have sacked there. Like, they could have gone for a sack play. But it should have just been a clear cut. Okay, Sil sacks, rest go back. But yeah, now we have this kind of weird scenario. And now 7, like, not only do they have 2... Okay, they just win the round. Okay, so was it a drop? I guess that counts as a drop, right? But... Or do they just never use? They just got the point capped. But I mean... Yeah, it's just... Okay, they could have done better on last, I guess. like 64, they still had Uber, right? They could have done something, but this was like a really bad play out to Spire. It's lower left, trapping stairs and lobby. Yeah, I think that's okay. Like if you do, as long as you're only doing it like from time to time. I don't understand how this was quite so comfortable for 7. Like they're just literally gonna walk in. Tiger plays the point. What was Eloquor doing? Did he have the point stuck? Yeah, I feel like they should have been able to get back there. If Eloquor can get control of the point, then it'll just be a trade, right? So he stickies 2 sticks on the point. Oh, he gets bombed by a soldier. Yeah. So he only ever managed to get 2 stickies on the point. So when that bomb came in, it was really easy for Tiger to play the point. I think Eloquor just had to, like, as quickly as he could, get, like, many, like, you know, at least, like, 6 stickies on the point or something. That way, like, you force 7 to at least, like, commit to a force or a trade, rather than just being able to cap the point. But it all comes back to this double sack they did. Well, not double sack, but this double feed they did on Spire. Oh, so Starkey with the crispy rollout. Gets the kill. But then this is interesting, right? So Captain also goes into house. And I feel like this should have been a mid. But what's going to happen is I'm just going to chase Captain back into house. And Captain should get this kill, I think. Like, Captain should get that kill. But Stark ends up having to get it, and in the meantime, Thalash goes down. So what should have been like a clear-cut mid for 7, or to me at least, like the setup that they got, like the setup should have warranted a mid for 7 here, because Stark did his like nice rollout, got the kill instantly, got house control, and that should basically be mid, you know, over at that point. Right, so yeah, Stark does his thing. He's gonna get the kill. But Captain kind of beefs in house, like... What the fuck? Captain beefs in house a little bit. Right, does Thalash beef as well? Oh, Thalash beefs as well. So yeah, there's like 2 critical mistakes. Like 2 1v1s that really should have been won by 7. So Captain versus Ams in house. And Thalash versus Silentes. I mean, Thalash versus Silentes shouldn't really have been a 1v1. It should have just been Thalash containing Sil. I think it was like... a little bit unlucky by Thalash with the juggle. But that should have been fairly comfortable for 7, I think. But good 1 versus 1ers, I guess. These Ascent boys. Good 1 versus 1 play. But yeah, like a little bit fortunate for Ascent there, I think. This overcommitment though is weird. They have a spy. They have a spy and they just went straight into second. Again, like I'm not really quite sure what the... Oh, that was actually unlucky. I'm not quite sure what the thinking is for Ascent in these kind of situations. Like, were they selling the spy play, or did they not realize they had a spy, or did they underestimate how many 7 players would respawn and go back to the fight? What was the golden age of TF2 competitive? Depends how you look at it. Like, I don't really... It depends. Like, you can look at it in terms of, like the peak of the play. Or you can look at it as, like, overall quality of, like, top teams. But I like to look at it in... Like, I always feel about it, like... how the scene felt, like, at the time. And I feel like we're a little bit stagnant at the moment. Like, it's kind of same stuff over and over again. And there's never, like, any like, new things to be excited about. And I feel like it's those new things, like new experiences and things like that, that keep people like really like keen for the game. And we don't really have those at the moment. Like, for example, like a new LAN or like a bigger prize pool or some shit like that. So for me, the golden era of TF2 was in a time period where, you know, every couple of months there would be like some new announcement that was exciting. Like, for example, like if anyone remembers like UK ESA, like that was like pretty nuts at the time, and that wasn't something we'd had in TF2 before, and those kind of occurrences were like fairly commonplace, you know, where something like that could just happen. TF2 was like relevant enough as a game that new tournament organizers would just pick it up and do cool things with it. So for me, like, those kind of times are the golden era, even though the playing quality was definitely not as good as it is like today and in other years. I guess the golden era was probably like the period in between and leading up to, like, the 2-year period before I-49 leading up to I-49, I'd say was probably the golden era. Like by I-52, I think by I-52, like when you had like by I-52 a lot of players had left the scene, I think. So I think that was like when a bit of a decline began, but I mean it was still really good for several years. I mean, it's still good today, but just in a different kind of way. But yeah, that period of time where it felt like anything was possible, you know? Like, people legitimately thought TF2 could end up being an esport. You know, like, people didn't actually think it would, but it was like, you wouldn't have been surprised if someone had suddenly invested something into it. So, still trying to bomb again. This time gets denied. How was viewership before I-49? I honestly can't remember, to tell you the truth. Thing is with TF2 viewership, the time when TF2 viewership peaked was always when like Twitch John was like really involved with the scene and would give us front page like a lot. I know that Essentials negotiated some front page time recently, but when Twitch John was like super involved, we would get front page like for so many games. And that was definitely like the peak of viewership. But yeah, going back a couple of years, even without like front page, you'd get, for big games, you'd get like close to 2K sometimes. But I don't remember exactly when that was. Because I mean, that's the other thing to keep in mind. The golden era, if you want to refer it to this, like, for me at least, the time in which TF2 felt the most exciting and had the most like sort of excitement around it, also was kind of before streaming had really taken off that much. So we have like a lot of things now we didn't have then. We don't have the same kind of optimism, I guess. We have a lot of good stuff, but it's kind of the same stuff we've had for several years. There was 800 viewers even for the bad Prem games in 2015-16. Yeah. Yeah, because that's kind of, I guess kind of that's what I was saying before. Like, viewership-wise, the viewership improved. For me, even after the game wasn't as, like, it wasn't the golden era. Like, it might have been the golden era for viewership, but that was just because streaming and things like that and Twitch hadn't taken off when TF2 was slightly newer. Like, what, TF2 came out like 2009 or some shit? So, like, you know, by 2011, streaming on Twitch still wasn't, like, a big thing. Like, it existed, I think, to some extent. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but it was nowhere near, like, as, you know, it took a long time to take off. So viewership kind of sucked for a long time. But yeah, I don't really think there ever was a golden age of TF2. I think it all depends on your perspective and what you value. Like, having been around for quite a long time, I personally value like new experiences, I guess, or like new opportunities. Okay, so still on Drac, they're going back to like this really high bomb toward Valley. They're taking the train, but then they're bombing instantly. See, this is more what I would like to see earlier. They don't actually end up getting as many frags as they could have potentially got. They went under again. Oh, this was actually a big beef. We're gonna go back and watch this again. So, okay, Ascent should have taken this mid to begin with, I think, based on everything that played out. But then it was actually Sevens to lose. And then they kind of threw it away a little bit. Like, they had the mid, and then Thalash just rushes in and takes this fight underneath. Like, I don't really like this walking underplay that Ascent are doing, but it kind of worked out for them this time. But I mean, if we watched like the Thalash POV, so bombs come in, they're coped with relatively well. Tiger dies. It's going to be a round now. Thalash is going to clean up Elacor. So now we have a 4v3. Yeah, okay, maybe it's not Thalash, but I don't really agree that this was necessary. I think Stark doesn't have to land here. Stark could just land here. Seven can walk up Shithouse and just take high ground over these guys. Stark misses all the rockets, but then also not shooting the same targets. Now Thalash is committed to a fight under here, right? While Domo's walked up top. I think Thalash should not have gone and helped Stark there. I don't think it was the best decision by Stark to go for that guy underneath, but it didn't really matter. Because if Thalash had just walked up here with Domo, they would take top control. They would control, like, the point. They would have them trapped underneath. And they can just get cap time and force Ascent into a bad engagement. But yeah, Thalash commits to this fight under. And I mean, you can argue that 7 had 4v3, so they could commit to a fight and win it if everyone commits, but I think what Domo and Raymond did was the correct decision, and what Thalash and Stark did was not the correct decision. I mean, it's a team game, so in the end, whatever was called was probably the correct play. So if someone missed a call there, then okay. But I think Domo and Raymond had the right idea. But yeah, I don't really like this under pushing by Ascent. It worked this time, but they kind of got a little bit lucky with it. And I just don't think it's necessary. Like, 7 could so easily have walked up late in that fight and just got top control, and it's just because Ascent are under. And I don't feel like they're getting any real value by being under. So it's a last hold, boys. Ooh. The arms POV. Okay, so this is a big misplay by Captain there. I don't know how he got juggled to lower left, but that's like a big mistake. No one's retaking top right for 7. They're all just stacked up top left. So bombable, but like, look at this. No one's controlling top left. Okay, Eloquor was standing here, but he didn't actually sticky the door, right? So top left or top right from 7's POV is open this whole time. Like, 7 do a nice rotate, okay. Like, you want to obviously rotate away from here and play top left as the Uber's coming in. But when the Uber fades, if you're all stacked up on one side, you're going to get destroyed. Like, they bomb you, they sticky the point, they play the cap, and you don't have enough width. Like, 7 don't have any width here to, like, to spread them. Like, imagine if they had a guy coming out here. These guys on top left could be a bit more passive. Eloquor wouldn't be able to drop over here and commit, or because he would have to be, like, tied up by this guy. And 7 could then, you know, contest a point from the other side. But, like, as it happens, like, Drak can bomb in. Okay, he gets a pick on Domo, which is nice. But 7 are just forced into a really, like, weird fight now. That, yeah, didn't have to be. Like, Captain gets caught out as the push comes in. I'm not quite sure why. But that's just unlucky, I guess. But even then, you got to have someone, like... If the other team is not holding top left, you got to have someone walk back out there at the end of the fight. Like, a lot of times, like, you see Domo push this last, and he'll stand there and he'll be here and, like, stickying top left a lot. So Ascent can't do that. But there's a reason Domo's doing that. It's because pushing back out top left is really effective once the Uber's faded. If they don't lock that door, then it's a really nice door to walk from. That's why you see Domo putting a lot of attention onto it. But Ascent aren't doing that, and 7 are not capitalizing on that on their last holds. So it's a much slower mid. So 7 just like slowly poking and prodding. I don't know. I'm not sure what Ascent did this way. It didn't really feel like they did anything. 7 were kind of comfortable the whole time. There wasn't that much pressure on them at any given moment. Eloquor ended up back behind the train, which is like, for me, it's like the cardinal sin of Badlands mid. Like, if your combo's rolling out Valley, and you're a demo man, and you come here, out of house, and take damage, and then switch over here, and go behind this train, I feel like this is the cardinal sin, because then one of two things happens. Either your med has to rush up and heal you to get over here to heal you, or you get split from your combo. And both of those are not nice situations. Like, we'll actually check it again, because I think it's something a lot of people don't appreciate about the mid. So we'll check that moment. What's up, HD11 Jack, Helljack? How's it going, bro? Wait, have I not run far enough? Oh, tf2 demos, why are you doing this, man? every day I pray to Valve for just a slightly better demo system. Have I seriously not gone far back enough again? It's actually the case. Okay, we're playing it safe. I'm just going to go back further than I need to. But yeah, golden era of tf2 for me was, I don't know what season it was, but it was like around season 10 or something like that. And it was like every team in Prem, and I mean literally every team, could win Prem. And it's like, you'd look at that roster and be like, that's a team full of top players, you know? At least that's how it felt to me at the time, which isn't something we really ever have in tf2 these days. Like, we have good players, don't get me wrong, but back then it was like, okay, if you think about like Seven and Ascent and like the name value of players on that team, you know, Captain and Ams and, you know, Credu, like Raymond, Thalash, you know, like those names, like the kind of the weight they carry. Okay, there might be good players on the other teams, like if we're talking about, let's say, like Aura Electra, like you have good players on that team, like Eames and things like that. But they don't, you know, they don't carry the same sort of like, wow, you know, that's like a really established, experienced player who can win this season. Whereas in like season 10-ish, I'm not sure which season it actually was, there was like 8 teams with that. Like every team would have players like that who you just know their names and, well, not know their names, but you just, you know, you think of them as like top players that can win. Yeah, so kaidus, the Copenhagen stuff is yours. Oh, damn. Thanks. Well, if you're sure, man, because I mean, you could sell it in theory if you want the money. But I'll take it, mate. I'll take it if it's up for grabs. But yeah, anyway, yeah, let's watch this mid. So this is not me trying to harp on anyone in particular, but I think it's just an interesting point. I want to see what Ascent did first of all, because it might be they did something that I didn't realize they did. Okay, so Eloquo rolls at house. Domo rolls at house. Eloquo takes the first sticky and instantly rotates like to the back of this train. So right here. Like, look at the difference in terms of distance between Eloquo and his med and Domo and his med. Okay, Domo's actually taken point this mid, but let's say they traded damage completely equally. So instead of walking onto the point, Domo had walked here. And then consider, okay, Raymond's slightly slow to mid, Connor's actually faster to mid. But I mean, imagine both meds are standing where Connor is. Look how close those meds are to those demos. So now Connor is like having to walk up very fast to get to Eloquo. And this automatically puts your team in an uncomfortable position because you don't really want to be behind your train. Like, it's not really an ideal position to be in as a team. It can be okay for 1 or 2 guys, but as a demo, I feel like you force the combo then to come to you. See, Tiger is pressuring Eloquo now. And rather than just, like, imagine Eloquo was here, dropping to Valley, Tiger would just be a guy on train getting sandwiched now by Drac. But because Eloquo's there, getting pressured by Tiger, Connor now feels compelled to run over and try and help him, right? He needs heals. And then at that moment, as Connor and Ams are then, like, having to retake train, like, Connor's trying to arrow his demo in choke now, Stark's going to walk in through shithouse. And these guys on the point are just on an island, right? Like, they're all split up, and they're all now clustered in choke. And this all stems from the demo man going there in the first place. Like, it's just not a good spot of the map to be in. So I feel like when you come out of Badlands mid and take damage, yeah, going behind train is not so good. Like, there can be some circumstances when it's good. Like, if you really just want to say, like, deny shithouse, like, you want to just walk here and put loads of stickies on shithouse and play like that. But that should be like a low resources mid, you know, like your med knows and then your med doesn't necessarily come to you. So yeah, like, that's just something about Badlands mid, I think. Yeah, it all comes down to, like, where do you go when you come out of house? So you come out of house, demo's there, you're here, you exchange stickies, you take damage. Like, you want to be over, like, you know, toward where the heals come from, right? Or worst case scenario, like in house, like playing around like top slope. You really don't want to end up behind the train. But yeah, 427, and now we go to last, boys. This is a beef push, right? I don't think 7 got more than 4 rounds. Because now that Ascent have a pyro, like, reflecting top left, I feel like this is where Domo puts maybe too much attention to top left. Like, there's holding top left, but then there's also the point that you have to think about. And 7 really never got anything going on or around the point. Like, it's a very fine balancing act between denying top left, but while also pressuring the point. It's not necessarily Domo, but like someone needed to do a bit more pressure on the point or to top right, because there was 2 players for Ascent pressuring top left, right? So it was in theory while Domo was denying those 2 in spawn, it was a 5v6 on the other side of the map with 7 having the better heals and positioning and things like that. So they should have enough like players to go for something. And by the time those 2 guys managed to break Domo out of left, or break out of left against Domo, 7 haven't achieved anything with their Uber. Like, I feel like Domo could maybe have spared a few stickies for the point to aid in that fight. But yeah. Oh yeah, this was horrible. Domo's gonna get dropped. Let's go back. I want to check this from the Raven POV. This was a really bad fight for 7. Like, this should have been a catastrophe for Ascent. Like, they pushed this mid thinking they have ad, but they don't have ad anymore. And 7 kind of bait them into a bad Uber. But then Ascent are somehow going to destroy them. So yeah, Ascent takes Spire with the ad, and now they're still going to mid. So okay, technically they have ad, right? But it's only like 10%, so now ad is gone. Okay, so 7 could have just stayed around this train. Oh, yeah, Domo drops down and just gets sort of out of Raymond's line of sight. But yeah, this should have been a horrendous circumstance for Ascent. But the Uber just turns so bad for 7. They end up losing bodies and then having to retreat. It looked like one of those situations where, I don't know if it didn't look anyone was really commanding what to do with that Uber. Because, like, you know the Uber's coming, like, once you see them in house, like, you know they're going to pop right. But then... yeah. Personally, I think it probably would have been, like, okay, Domo shouldn't have been dropped, or Domo shouldn't have, like, dropped off the train and allowed himself to be dropped. But even if not for that, I feel like 7 could play it better. Like, they kind of stay on front train and Ascent Uber in from balcony, so they, like, 7 have kind of given Ascent control of house, but are still holding on the forward train. I feel like if you're going to not hold house, then you probably should play from the back train, right? Because they're going to try and Uber in there regardless, because they think they have an ad or something. Or at least they think they have a big enough momentum that they want to go in. I feel like 7 could have played from back train and that would have been much easier. But yeah. Well, I interpret it at least as 7 are not holding house because they've only just got an Uber. Like, 7 were like thinking, I mean, Ascent could have pushed that sooner than they did, and 7 were holding slightly passive because they didn't have Uber yet. And Ascent kind of pushed while 7 were converting to a regular hold. But that meant they didn't have anyone in-house. Like, by default, 7 would have a soldier in-house, not letting them get all the way to Balk. Like, the only reason Ascent can get to Balk there is because originally 7 had this ad. But I think 7 should have committed to having a disad hold. Like, you either hold forward or you hold back. You don't hold, like, in the middle, right? So if you think the enemy team's pushing, like, don't transition your hold. Just kind of stick to the hold you have. You know, like, imagine it's Badlands Yard. Imagine it's Badlands Yard and, like, you don't have Uber. So you're holding back on, like, Stonebridge. And then as they start to push, you get Uber, so you come out to like this position. You're then just in like the middle of nowhere, right? Like you can't fall back safe, and you can't get close and hold the choke, so you're just in the middle. It's like the worst. It would be better if you just stayed back in the first place, right? Like concede a bit of extra ground, but then have the fight like on better, like with better positioning. Either because they have to use later, or because you have to use later, or because they have to take more damage to get to you. Getting caught in these middle ground holds is problematic. Okay, so Elicor's running the quickie bombs now. How do I rank the Prem meds? Who is medic for Swift? Who do they get in place of Martin? I can't remember. Oh, they got Ombrag, didn't they? They got Ombrag to finish the season. Yeah, Prem Meds. I rank Raymond as number 1, and then Seeds as number 2. After that, I think it gets a little bit more blurry. I always personally really highly rated Martin, but he got cut from his team this season, so I imagine he's probably not performing that great. I think typically, like, at least based on like the experiences I've had playing, like I didn't play this season, and I don't know how Martin was in this team, but I probably would have had Martin at number 3, but I don't know if that would still be the case, because obviously Swift had some problem with him. Oh, the credit Uber in from lower. So they pop through lower, but the Uber is like not great. Like 7 can use so late. But this is really weird by 7. Like they're all staying on the floor now. They really need to retake control of top. Okay, 7 get enough frags that it's not going to matter. Yeah, I would have had Martin at number 3, and then I guess like Condog at number 4. But I'm not sure about Martin now. I don't know how he is. At least that's in Europe anyway. But the thing is, I feel like with meds, it's a lot about how it is to play with them. Like, I've not really played, apart from Seeds and Raymond, I've not really played with any of these guys that much. Or at all. And I think with meds, a lot of the time, you learn a lot more about meds by playing with them than you do by playing against them. Like, okay, a med might be like really hard to bomb or something. And if you're like, let's say you're a soldier playing against a med who's hard to bomb, you might think, wow, that med's really fucking good, you know, I can never kill him. But he might be making tons of errors in terms of communication, positioning, or whatever that you don't notice as an opponent. So I find it difficult, like with Medic in particular, to judge, having not played with people. So I don't know if it's just a coincidence that I put the 2 meds I played with quite a lot at the top. I mean, obviously they are very good, so they probably deserve to be there, but I'm not in the best position to judge like how good players like Condog or Martin or even Ombrag to an extent are, because they might add a lot behind the scenes that I don't know, you know, in terms of comms and calls and shit like that. And I guess Ombrag didn't even really play this season. He just played like a couple of games at the end. So Ascent are just forced to take this in, right? I haven't really been analysing the last few minutes, but this is just Ascent chasing the game. They're 2 rounds behind. They're not really that comfortable on the map, so it's a little bit of a crap fest at the moment. It is desperately trying to make something happen. You know, they have to force the issue. So yeah, this is basically GG here, boys. Do I still make YouTube vids? I have like a frag clip kind of sitting on my PC that's like 90% done. I made it like 3 months ago or some shit. But there's a few like clips I want from like some STVs. And the STV was broken, but I heard there's a fix, but I haven't like installed like the thing that fixes it. So I haven't bothered to finish it, but yeah, I don't really do that much with the YouTube channel at the moment. So I'm not like actively playing. But that one will probably get done like quite soon, if I could just get the STV fix to work. Yeah, so Ascent had to force the issue here. This is like a GG. We're going to go on to the next map, boys. So 7 take it, 4-2. So now we're on to product. So I guess context. This was played in the upper bracket final when these teams faced. 7 won it last time, 3-1. In my opinion, 7 should have won it 3-0 last time. I think they threw away one of the rounds very, very poorly. But the point is, 7 got quite a comfortable win last time. But a key factor was at the end of the game. So last time when they played, Ascent ran cookie cutter for like 3 out of 4 rounds or something like that. But then at the end, toward the end of the game, they started running Credu on Sniper. And they were looking a lot better. And the rounds became a lot closer. But in this game, we're going to see Credu sniping straight out of the gate. Try complete it now. Who is a better editor, kaidus or AMS? AMS is a much better editor than I am. I don't really edit my videos. Like, I do make like, you know, a couple of I try to play some like, you know, well timed in terms of like with the music and shit, but I don't do any actual editing. I used to like edit slightly, like I was learning Vegas and things like that once, but I wasn't interested enough to actually learn all the things. Plus, Am is just legit really good at that anyway. Even if I had learned it, he'd be better than me. Edit Insta message sounds, fuck yeah, man. So yeah, so that's the context for Viaduct. So he starts off scout right, but it's a fake. Like it's just to like Thalash is checking classes right. It's just to throw that off. So Stark jumps the sniper, gets headshot him instantly. Domo gets headshot instantly. Oh, this is really gross by Thalash and Tiger. Like, oh, I mean, that's a fucking disgusting shot. But what were Thalash and Tiger doing there, man? Like, they were so split. Like, it's a 2v2, and one of them is, like, running around while the other fights a soldier. If they just focus targets together there, it's pretty much unlosable. But, I mean, Credu is ridiculous. Like, Credu is just a beast. But why? I don't know why those scouts don't just focus things together. Like, it doesn't matter which guy they choose to shoot at. If they just shoot the same guy, then they win that every day. But this mid just sets the tone for, like, the whole game. Like, Credu getting that, like, that 3k or whatever it was. Well, 2k plus a couple of other headshots. Kind of sets the tone. Like, if you're 7 there, and you get that happen to you on a mid, like, you fear the sniper instantly, right? Like, Credu will be in their heads, like, already, right? Just off the first mid. And that's going to make things, like, very, very uncomfortable. I didn't really see this fight, but it's a mulch. Okay, so Drax down, they have a sniper. So how does 7 push this, right? Like, it's basically 4v6 for a few seconds in terms of if they can get in at some aggression. 7 up, not really to do anything. So Captain jumps, gets completely skied. Stark pushes the flank, kind of alone. Yeah, 7 don't play good in this fight. Like, okay, Captain's bomb got, like, juggled. But it took Stark like this long to get through the flank. And now that he's through, he just gets cleaned up instantly. Like, even though they have a sniper, like, Stark is like so having a 1v1 on the flank to get through. I feel like a scout should just like come help him. I don't know. I think there's a lot that you should do differently against a sniper. I guess if Captain's bomb had actually been remotely clean, they would have had more chance. But I really feel like getting through connector is like one of the keys, especially when the sniper plays in like this kind of position, because sniper can't snipe at connector now, right? So I guess he can if he does that, but like not like comfortably. Okay, so 7 is going to trade this. So plan will be roughly like trade, get rid of their Uber. So get the force out. Captain takes so much damage. Oh, and he gets dropped as well. Well, not dropped, but he gets, like, completely gimped. I feel like 7 stretched this Uber out too much here. Like, the enemy team has a sniper. Okay, you're going to have to use a little bit early, sure. But at the end of the day, they have a sniper, so the post-Uber fight is going to favor you. And what that means is you can take more liberties with your initial push. Like, it doesn't matter if you Uber too early. So the fact that 7 get disconnected here and Captain takes so much damage and eventually dies is basically that's the fight over there and then. But I think that should never happen. Like, I don't think that should ever happen in, like, in a viaduct trade. I just want to see, like, what they did that led to it. So Captain doesn't have full HP as he starts. He just goes, like, slightly out of range. I feel like this whole entry sequence could be tidied up. Like, Raymond could have flashed him as well there. Maybe not. Would have, like, risked himself getting out. But yeah, I feel like there's just like a slight synergy issue there. I don't think it should ever happen that Captain is far enough away that he's not getting flashed. So he just ends up too far away, and that's like the push completely failed before it's even begun. Captain's now getting in. Any pov will do. 7 with a nice delay on the cap. Oh no, just live, just live. Woo. Like, this fight is fine for 7, they don't need to be too panicked. Yeah, Captain is very, like, I don't know. Captain's very quick to, like, say that, like, a trade is not possible or whatever, but it's like, this one I saw just now, it just needed, like, a slight adaptation. Like, there didn't need to be any, like, grand, like, change to, like, the approach. It's just the actual entry, the way it happened. It just needs to be slightly different. Like, they could even, like, Uber Thalash first, right? So, like, they run around the corner, like, pop on Thalash around the corner, Raymond turns, flashes Captain, Captain jumps, and as Captain lands here, like, Raymond's already standing here, right, to catch him. Something like that. It could be as simple as that. Because then once the Ubers are forced, doesn't matter how late you force them, well, it does to an extent, but as long as it's not ridiculously bad, like, Captain can go behind, then there's, like, a soldier behind who's 300 health, the sniper has to really worry about that. Which means Ascent have to really worry about Captain, which means it's then a very easy repush. Like, Ubering into a team with a sniper, this thing about Viaduct, it's really tricky to play against a sniper dry, because it can be quite difficult to get people behind if you're not familiar and fluent with it. But when you have Uber, that's when it should be easy, because you can just trade, and it doesn't matter if your trade's not great. The problem with Viaduct is you can't wait for Ubers. Like, on other maps, if enemy team takes a sniper, say like holding second on Gully or some shit, if enemy team takes a sniper on Gully second, and you have 2 scouts, you just trade that Uber, jump a soldier behind, and then you can push. And it's like they only have 1 scout, right? So you can just wait till you get Uber and do that if you're on a mid to second. But on Viaduct, like, you can't wait for the Uber. You can't just burn 40 seconds off the clock. So you have to be taking these dry fights. But when you actually end up having the Ubers, so in that instance, when the game just works out that the time comes to push, you both have Uber, that's the most prime, like, opportunity you're going to get to break, like, the sniper setup. And yeah, 7 just don't have the, I don't know, something was just really off with the trades in this game. Get the frags, Raymond gets caught from behind. That was nice play by Drag, to be fair. It was really costly, though, that Raymond died there. I'm not certain that it had to be the case. I feel like 7 probably had a player spare to spot for that and deny. like, I think, in theory, 7 kind of beefed. Like, it shouldn't have taken as long to get those kills. They should have been able to get back faster. But at the same time, it was an uber ad push, and there should have been, like, a player spare to see this coming in. I'm actually going to drag it back. I want to see that again. So it's round to Ascent. But we'll just check that, like, little moment again. Like, the Drak coming in to kill Raymond, because that was such a key frag. Like, okay, Ascent had comfortable time in the round, but I think it should have been, like, preventable. So 7 have the point, they have ad. They're going to see the enemy team come close enough, or they're going to get uncomfortable enough to decide to uber onto them, which I think is completely fine. Yeah, so they see that they're close enough. Okay, Captain goes down. That's not great. They uber in. Wait, where's Thalash? Wait, what? Oh, is he supporting? Wait, no, Thalash is... I literally cannot find his marker on the map. I don't understand how he's ended up over here. So this is what happens. It's because Thalash is like 19 million years away. I'm not sure how Thalash ended up so far away there. So 7 basically did that fight 6v4, which I guess is why it happens. But I don't really see how that needed to be the case. It was really bizarre. Yeah. I wasn't in free cam, I was changing POV, but I guess you have to pause and play again for it to actually change the markers. Because you can't go free cam when it's paused. Yeah, no, that was a really questionable Uber by 7 in the end. Like the actual use of the Uber was good. Like, don't get me wrong, the idea, the concept was good. Like, they Ubered in, they killed the med. Just the execution was like so off. And this to me, I don't know. Instinctively, I feel like this is mistakes that are being done because they fear the sniper and they're playing with like a lot of fear. So they're always like a little bit panicked and everything's just a little bit more messy than it should be, which makes even advantageous situations more difficult to play out than they ordinarily would have been. So like we see like 2 really key mistakes in that round, right? Like the trade and then the Uber ad push. Fights that 7, okay, the second one especially, fights that 7 should or could have won. That they lose, and they lose bad. Because, yeah, just really like poor execution of things that should be fairly straightforward. Meanwhile, Credu is hitting the bloody heads, mate. But it's like, even if Thalash got weak, I don't think there's any need for him to go away there. Like, he can just be in the Uber and have a lot of Uber. Because it's literally a full ad, you know? That's why I say it kind of comes down to, like, messy confusion. Okay, so trade comes in. Okay, so this was an interesting one. I remember seeing this one at the time. So you see how, like, 2 guys come back for captain? I feel like they needed to send like more guys with captain as he goes behind. Like while they're having the trade, they need to like kind of get other guys in, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure though. Let's watch like the POV of it. Not the POV, but the free cam. Okay, so trade comes in. Again, I feel like they lead too deep on captain. I think they should get like a scout flash slightly earlier. So this is like a really rough one because they force quite late. Then as captain goes behind, you see captain goes behind, right? And Tiger was here. Like, Tiger should push left right there, I think. Like, you're playing against a sniper. You need to get more than 1 player behind if you can. Like, captain goes behind. Tiger could have pushed left here. So now Captain's going to jump on that sniper, but there's going to be a guy there defending him. Stark's nowhere to be seen. So now Captain's fighting a 1v2, but this should have been a 2v2, right? If Tiger pushes left there, this is a 2v2 against a sniper and a soldier who's half health as well. This should have been a guaranteed 2 kills for 7. And that's not even counting Stark. Like, Stark's just holding the flank. He's not even, like, pushing behind. I said this to them, I think, at some point. Like, during one of the pauses, I said that when you get players behind, it needs to be more than one guy. Because this one guy is just kind of getting teamed up on. Like, Captain gets behind, he just needed someone to come and help him. Like, these guys would already be dead. Okay, Sil shows up, but that would already be 2 kills. That would be 2 kills. In theory, Sil could come in and trade those 2 kills instantly. Like, so, Tiger and Captain kill Drak and Credu, and then Sil comes back. Okay, he chases, and then gets Tiger and Captain. So that's 2 down for each side, but then Sil is all the way back here, right? Which means it would then be Domo, Thalash, and Raymond versus Elacor and Ams. Wait, sorry, it would be Stark, Thalash, Raymond, and Domo versus Elacor, Ams, and Connor. So basically they would have engineered a 4v3. Like, worst case scenario, they would have engineered a 4v3 fight for themselves on the point. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. And that's with a really bad Uber as well. Like, they took a long time to force Connor, and they still could have got that. But they just don't commit deep enough when they go behind. Well, they just don't commit properly, if you know what I mean. Like, they send a guy behind, but it's kind of lazy, like, half commitment, right? Like, okay, we'll send a guy behind because that's what you have to do against a sniper. But they didn't seem to have, like, the commitment to it, you know? Like, they would only send one guy behind, even when Tiger had the opportunity. Like, Tiger was right here. Like, he hit a fork in the road. He could have gone here, he could have gone here, and he just stayed around here. Like, that, I think that, like, okay, I'm not going to stretch it as far to say, the 7 should have won that fight, but that had the makings of a fight that they could easily win. Like, the setup as it was, if they played it correctly, was very, very winnable. Just because of the Uber versus Uber, when enemy team has a sniper, like that in matchup, so favors the team without the sniper. But they play it like they don't have a sniper. Other than Captain bombing the sniper, the rest of the team plays it like they don't have a sniper, do you know what I mean? They're waiting for Captain to be behind, and they just want Captain to do it. But Captain needs extra support when he can get it. It's like, yeah, half commitment, I would call it. It's like a half-hearted, like, aggression. They're just not exploiting the weaknesses of the sniper. They're fearing the sniper's strengths, but not exploiting its weaknesses. Yeah, that's the thing. I know, speak London. Like, that's the worst case scenario. Like, Sil could come back and kill those 2 guys, and that's the worst case scenario. Like, Sil might come back and get fucking murdered. He might not get a frag at all. I'm just explaining what the absolute, like, if Tiger had pushed that flank, that, like, the absolute worst case scenario is Sil comes back and makes it a 2-for-2 trade. But actually, I don't think Sil gets both those kills. I think he gets 1 probably, but maybe he gets none. Like, there's as much chance he gets none as there is he gets both, if you ask me. But he probably gets 1, because he has the flash and the buff. So he probably gets 1 kill. So, like, I'd say 8 out of 10 times that fight happens. Tiger and Captain kill Credu and Drak, and then still comes back and kills whichever one of those was weakest, or whichever one he chose to shoot at, and then a messy fight breaks out, right? Maybe more people come back. Maybe Ams realizes that there's a bad fight happening behind him, so Ams comes back and they kill both those guys, but then they're completely pushed out and 7 get the cap, you know what I mean? But the absolute worst case scenario was Sil having to clean those guys up, and then a 4v3 fight on the point for 7, with the sniper out of the picture. But 7 just didn't do it. They just didn't do that, and Ascent are playing too well for you to not punish their weaknesses. So we're going to watch the next trade, because I remember seeing that trade live, like, and I literally said to 7 when they had a pause, like, you know, I really think you need to commit more to getting people behind. Like, it can't just be one guy. You have to really commit to that mentality. But I'm not sure if they ever got a trade again after, like, a proper one after that one. I can't remember. So now Domo's taking these trades, and no one's going behind. Like, okay, like this is again the thing. So Doma told us in chat earlier that as the game went on, they decided to start taking Domo in the trades, but Domo's not jumping behind because he's a demo man, obviously, and now they don't have anyone jumping behind. So Captain has wavered the responsibility of these trades from himself because he feels like they're not going well, but now they don't have any potential to get anyone behind from these Ubers. So they take the Uber in, the Ubers are traded, they reset, and now there's no one behind, so Ams can chase, Credu can snipe, the flank is guarded, and 7 are like, okay, Ams chases and gets this kill on Raymond, but let's put that aside for a second. If that hadn't happened, 7 would be no better off than they were before they did the trade. They've just given Ascent more cap time, and they've removed their best tool for getting aggressive on the sniper, that being the Uber. So I do not like the decision to take Captain out of these Ubers. I think that's it's a really bad decision, just technically speaking, of how you play against a sniper. I think they definitely could tidy up their entrances with the Uber. Like, I see why Captain feels like these Ubers are uncomfortable, because he only just gets saved with the flash, and then when he jumps behind, he's alone in a 1v2. But I feel like they go away from that approach way too easily. And you see what happens when they don't do that, right? Like, that Uber then was a complete catastrophe, and it had no potential of anything working, right? Like, they created nothing, and that Uber went... Okay, it was not a good Uber, but that's pretty much par for the course when you just Uber in and then run out with 6 guys. That's just how it goes. So now they're having to dry fight. Elacor is destroying them as they come through the choke. And none of this is factoring in Stark either. Like, I feel like, it should be that it's that simple. Like, they should tidy up the entrances, flash Thalash first instead of Captain, so Raymond can get deeper, which gives Captain like better time on the Uber, or better like health on the Uber, and then get boys behind. Like, Stark and Tiger can pressure the flank, and one of them can then go behind, or if you're feeling crazy, both can go behind. But yeah, that was like, for me, that was like one of 7's biggest problems on this map, and their second biggest problem. So there's 2 situations on Viaduct where the sniper is a real hindrance and you can hard counter it, and those are Uber trades into the point when the enemy team has the point and you have Uber. So that situation we just talked about a lot. And the second situation is the forward hold, because you can just prevent that sniper from ever coming up again, right? Like, if you can keep them in their spawn, then Credu's not going to snipe. He's going to just stay on Pyro, right? So you don't have to worry about the sniper. But Ascent are just going to do the most default play ever, and it's going to work like 3 times. I think 7 get 3 forward holds this game, and every time the exact same thing happens. Pyro's going to come here, reflect the guy closest to the door, and 2 or 3 guys are just going to jump out behind him. And this is the most default play you can do against a forward hold, and 7 just do not look set up for it at all. Like, it's quite an effective play, that's why it's so default, because it is quite good. But 7 just do not look prepared for it whatsoever. They're just hoping that they can't get in. They're just hoping that they don't let them in the first place. But once they're in, yeah, they just don't look prepared. So, like, Drac jumps through, like, Pyro creates some space, Drac jumps through, Sil jumps through with the distraction, Sil gets in clean onto Raymond, Elacor jumps in for good measure, but I don't think he's going to be needed. Yeah, so they get the force, without Elacor even being involved, they get the force. So, I mean, there's a lot to discuss about how you can prevent that, but the main thing I want to put across to you guys is that 7 just ain't prepared for it. Like, that's it now, right? It's happened. So next time, if they did, like, they should really already know it. But if they didn't already know it, now you know. You know what I mean? So next time they do this forward hold, it should be different. Because they know the play now. They know the play. It's 2 soldiers and a demo jumping out behind the Pyro. So you need both your scouts probably over here. or you need like a lot more pressure on the door, or you need to put Raymond somewhere else and just bait out these bombs. Like, let these bombs come in, have someone hard committing to like denying Raymond and keeping Raymond far away from these bombs. But yeah, personally I think they should have Tiger over there with them. They need to like stuff the choke properly. There's also a play that Domo could do that would be quite helpful, but it's a little bit more nuanced and definitely not like part of the strat. But yeah, we're not going to see any adaptation from 7, I don't think, on that hold. Anyway, the forward hold was broken. Ascent pushing with that ad. Only really get 1 kill for it, so this is actually pretty decent for 7 still. Like, they have an Uber ad which could win them the game, win them the round in theory. Like, if they can make a good push out of this. So they go before they get Uber. They have to because of the overtime. Time on the cap. Oh wait, no, is this the tragedy scenario? So Elacor's bought them overtime. Soldier goes down. Elacor gets fragged. Oh my god, man. That's pretty painful. Fuck it up. That's fucking brutal. Yeah. Like, again, I feel like this situation could just have been played better. Like, 7 look really uncomfortable, like, in this game. Like, I don't want to undersell Ascent, by the way. I think Ascent are playing really good in a lot of these situations. But 7 just look shook. Like, they look really, really shook throughout the game. Like, nothing they do looks, like, fluid or comfortable. Like, Ascent's Uber in here is not very good, okay? They have the clock advantage, so they don't need a particularly good Uber. They just need the point, you know? So this Uber's completely fine for Ascent. You know, it's not a great Uber, it's a bit cheap, but it does the job for them at the end of the day. It gets them the point and it gets them to OT, which is basically all they need. But really, what should happen now is, okay, 7 use their Uber to get the point back, and then we have the dry fight or the re-Uber ad for Ascent 30 seconds later. But 7's push just, yeah, it's really, really suspect. This is a really nice play by, who's it? Is it Drac? Sil. That's a really nice bomb by Sil to go behind and cause like some distraction as they're pushing. But here, this should be more comfortable. The captain dies to Credu, so that's really unfortunate. I guess it's kind of rough, just because of the way the Uber timing worked out. But yeah, man, the double Uber on the point, no one getting the cap. Yeah, Captain dying over by Connector is kind of weird. I'm actually just gonna really quickly go back and check what happened to Captain, because I think that was also a key factor there. Like, I think they had Stark dealing with Sil, who jumped behind, and then Captain died, so they had like no soldier pressure, which meant Doma was kind of alone on the point while his scouts were kind of contending with other problems. What? What's Captain 100 health by Connector when they're like pushing with ad? Like, I know it's OT, but how did he get that weak? Sorry to keep going back. I'm just trying to, because I feel like Viaduct has always been like a weakness in 7 compared to other maps. And as I watch this, like, it's not like most of the time when I watch demos with you guys, it's just I watch demos and it's fun and, you know, it's cool to see what happened. But I feel like when it comes to Viaduct, there's still a lot of things I can learn. So forgive me for watching these things 100 times. Well, yeah, we played cleaner in the upper bracket final, but like they didn't bring the sniper out till the 3rd or 4th round, and when they brought it out, it's completely different. It's completely different when you're 2-3 rounds up playing against a sniper to when you're losing or like getting, you know, crushed by the sniper early in the game, because you have that fear. Like, the fear really like shows. Okay, so Captain gets the pack. Where's Raymond? Okay, Raymond comes out main. So my eyes are on Captain. So I don't understand how he ended up by connector with 100 health as they did this push. He jumps. And he skips over. Is he chasing Sil? Like, I just don't think I agree with the play. I think it's one scout's job to care about Sil now when he's behind. Like, one scout just has to maybe play high ground, like, you know, up here or something like that, to watch for him, to make sure he doesn't kill, like, because as long as 7 get this Uber, like, it's fine, right? Captain's, like, jumps over to the left. Like, if Captain was buffed, it would be different, I guess. Like, if Captain had a buff, it could be different. But do you see how many people Ascent send? They send Sil originally, which creates a distraction, which Credu pushes on, and then Drac bombs as well. And it's not perfect. Like, both these guys are going to die without getting, like... okay, they do get the Force in the end. But yeah. Yeah, man. It's like they didn't even have the sniper here. Like, I could understand this being a bit like messy in this scenario if they had the sniper still, because Captain wouldn't feel comfortable like standing and spamming or whatever. So it kind of makes sense that he would jump and try and kill a dude behind, because he might not feel like he can be that useful with a sniper, like denying him a lot of ground. But yeah, sniper wasn't even on the map at this point. I'm not 100% sure what 7 discussed in this pause, because I think I was like taking a piss or something while the pause began. So even though I like listened on Mumble to their discussion, I don't think I actually was, other than just telling them that one thing that I told to you guys about when they go behind committing to it more. I'm not sure exactly what was discussed. Oh my god, what am I doing? Sorry, I just like completely zoned out of the camera work. So okay, so Sil's on scout, Drac's playing really passive, Captain jumps deep. Stark is in house, causing a nice amount of distraction. Stark's done so much on this mid. Like, Stark's done so much that Captain's actually spawned and is back in the fight, is like how much time Stark bought there. Connor goes down, which is the saving grace. Yeah, so Ascent just went with like a really, really passive setup, and okay, they netted the frags overall, like they had numbers advantage, but they got pushed all the way back, allowing 7 to get the point. And it wouldn't have been too bad for Ascent if not for the fact that Connor had ended up dying, so they didn't have a med to recontest with. Okay, so back to the forward hold, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see the exact same setup for 7. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same play, and this is not like the first time that we've seen this play. Like, 7 have seen this play like numerous times from Ascent. Like, I'm pretty sure we do the same play ourselves, to be honest. Except we do it slightly differently. At least I don't know how like this season 7 did it, but like the old one. So Pyro just clears the choke. Things jump through the choke. And then they're on Raymond. Like, Stark pushes main and tries to go for the med while it's happening, but yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good force play. Like, I came up with something very similar to this like a long time ago, where like, I mean, I think I do it slightly differently, where I lead with the demo, so Pyro clears the choke and I would jump out, and then soldiers would follow me. But I just feel like at this point in the meta of Viaduct, like the forward hold and then this type of force has been around so long that once it's happened once and you see the enemy teams doing it, you should have an adaptation like ready, I think. like after the first force, like, and there was also a pause between then and now. Like, it's the kind of thing that should be fixed. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? Was this the fight where... This looks so favourable for 7, and then Syl just lands above them and rains down a flood. I hate viaduct. It's so difficult to like spectate. So, oh, is this where Domo beasts them? Yeah, Domo completely beasts them. He forces Connor, gets a 2k. They pop. They run back, and then they just stop, like in the worst possible location. Like what? Like they could go anywhere, man. Like they could go anywhere on the map. Anywhere on the map apart from below China and Cliff. Like they could be down here, they could be over here, they could be over here, they could be maybe not over here because it's a bit too close to the Uber, but literally anywhere apart from here would be fine. Like even now, just leave. Just leave. Jesus, man. That was so free, man. That should have been so free. Like, once that Uber gets forced, they could run out if they want. Like, they could run to spawn, because the Uber got forced so far away, man. Like, I understand Seven's thought there. Like, they don't want to leave. They want to actually be able to repush as soon as that Uber fades. But while you wait for the Uber to fade, like, staying here, like just picture it. You're a med and a scout down here, and a soldier jumps up here above you while there's an Ubered scout running. You don't want to be here, right? Like, you want to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. Like, it's good play by Syl, but I feel like 7 just invites so much trouble onto their doorstep. Credit gets Raymond. Credit is a monster with the body shots. He was trained by SV Mizzy last season. 7 actually managed to get Connor out of that. I'm not sure how Ascent let that happen. I guess it was just like a full sack wave. Okay, so it's a dry push. Captain jumps to the left side, but he's alone. Captain's actually going to survive? That's kind of surprising. Alcor's in deep. They get the point, and it's okay. So despite all these like mistakes, 7 are actually quite comfortable back in this round now. How do they go on to lose this round? I'm really forced to question. Oh, Drac just scared. Why are they doing this? Like, it's not... I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's like, it's nice play by Drac, but 7 get caught. Like, it's the same bomb from Drac that killed Raymond earlier, and it's also the same, like, garbage region of the map that you don't want to stay around in as a team. Since this map's almost over, I'm going to go back and check it again. It's brutal, man. It's brutal. It should have been around as well. Like, for sure, this should have been around. Like, just... I don't know how the fuck Captain survives here. That was pretty crazy. Dude, look at that fucking jump. He's so clean. That's so fucking, like, nice survival. Okay, either way. AMS goes down. Their sniper is weak. Drac is just on his spot on the flank. Eloquel goes down. They have 2 scouts. Stark literally jumps over Drac, so they have to know about him. Okay, it happens a bit later. So like whole team is gonna push forward. Tiger, okay, Tiger is going for some flank. Like, yeah, man, it's so rough. They just need like one guy to like watch out for this. Yeah. It's so unnecessary as well, because 7 get like a kill from that. Like, they didn't need to do that, right? They had 50 seconds on, like, less. They had 40 seconds on the clock. Ubers were even. It wasn't like they were chasing down like an ad that they could get, they could nullify by killing Connor or some shit. Like, Connor was not a frag that was on the cards, and he had even Uber anyway. So this chase was completely, like, needless by 7. I guess they're gonna go for a sack now. I would imagine. What are they doing? Like, so Connor has full ad, right? And they have a sniper, so you can't really do any kind of slow, like, dry push. It should just be, like, a pure sack play. Okay, they make it work. Tiger actually does it completely alone. This was a really garbage sack, but somehow it works. And so now 7 have ad. Oh, they had a sniper as well. I didn't see that. Is that new? So maybe the sniper contributed to the sack somehow. Okay, so now it's ad for 7. And this is an ad to win the round, right? Like, well, not win the round, but yeah, pretty much win the round. If they convert this push, like, quickly, it's really tough for Ascent to, like, go back in. Like, Ascent are going to try and go behind, right, as they push. We're going to see, oh, Credu gets a pick straight away. That makes it really rough. Okay, so now we're definitely going to see Drac go behind. Maybe, possibly Syl as well. So they Uber in. They got a lot of pressure. Drac jumps behind. Domo's too far forward, I guess, but he should be okay. Did Stark ever make it back to the fight? Like, they just really split with their focus. Like, I think losing Tiger at the start of this fight really, really hurt them. I think it was really, really costly to lose the scout. Because they were kind of screwed, right? Like, they didn't have a scout spare to cap. Like, if they wanted a scout Ubered, then they didn't get cap time. And Stark was chasing a guy behind, or not chasing, but like dealing with one of these guys going behind. So as soon as Drac goes behind, it's a 4v6 on this front line here. Ooh, nice pit by Domo. I'm not sure what the log said about this game, but I feel like Drac was immense on this map. Like, I don't think Drac had a great night overall, but I think he was so impactful on this map. Like, a lot of the credit went to Credu at the time, but I think Drac was like equally important. Not to say Credu like wasn't very fucking good and very impactful. I'd say like Credu was probably still the most impactful, because not only was his like tangible impact like on the game like very good, like just in terms of getting kills and key picks and things like that, but also just the fact that he gave 7 the fear of the sniper. Yeah, I feel like that affected a lot of 7's other play, which is not necessarily, yeah, that's like not a tangible thing, right? Drac with the 18 for 17. Yeah, so Am's got like a fuckload of frags. I guess Am's played really good as well. Like obviously Am's played really good, but in terms of like impact, okay, Am's is having impact by getting kills, but I feel like, you know, he's getting these kills because his team is doing really good, if you know what I mean. Like, he has to be a good player to get those kills, like, don't get me wrong, and he has to be playing well to get those kills, but a lot of these kills is like off the back of things that like the playmakers have done. Like, you don't get the opportunity to get those kills, you know, if Drac and Credu like aren't doing the things that they're doing. Do you know what I mean? So obviously, yeah, it's like it's all, you know, part of a well-oiled machine, if you know what I mean. Like Credu and Drac do like really good playmaking, and Ams does like really nice follow-up and like secures a lot of these kills. I mean, I'm sure Ams made some plays as well, but just in terms of like how we're talking about the impact. But yeah, seven. There's a lot Seven could have done differently on this game. Yeah, I feel like they've. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I don't like Viaduct. I feel like it's to me it's always felt like a map where a bad start can like really affect like certain teams. Like if you get like off to a bad start, you feel the pressure like a lot more than on other maps because everything is like time constrained, right? Like you gotta like the clock is always ticking and you're always feeling under pressure to do things quickly and shit like that. So if you're not feeling good on the map, it can be really rough. Because I don't think Ascent particularly scrimmed this map since they last played it. Like when Seven won this map 3-1 like last week. I'm not sure if Ascent have practiced the map, maybe once or something like that. So it shows you like, you know, the difference you can have, like the difference between like one night and another night on Viaduct. It can be, and this in nowhere like discredits Ascent or anything, but it can be pretty random. Like to not like that night Ascent 3-0'd 307, but the other night they got 3-1 and it should have been 3-0 as well. Isn't that a sign of a good team? Like for you going down rounds but still coming back. I'm not entirely sure what that was in response to. You mean in terms of like, oh, the good start thing? Oh yeah, totally. Like obviously, yeah, like good teams can come back. Like they can go down rounds and then come back. But I just mean in terms of how you feel playing the map. Like individual players, like confidence. Like we saw Captain not going in these trades anymore halfway through the game because they'd gone rough like to begin with. But I feel like they were going rough to begin with because of like certain other like uncomfortable moments that were happening. There was like sort of putting Seven under pressure, like they were putting themselves under pressure. Obviously Credu was putting them under pressure as well, but I think they just kind of let that get to them a little bit, which happens to good teams as well as bad teams. How does Captain play pocket with 18% heals? I think it's not like too crazy on Viaduct. Like you spend, especially when the other team has a sniper, like he's spending half the game just fucking jumping behind, or jumping this or jumping that. You know, it's a scout heal map, like, and demo heals, but mainly because the demo is just sitting with the combo the whole game. I mean, Sil had 18% heals as well, and he was playing scout like plenty of the map. Actually, wait, no, I guess Sil was scout pretty much the entirety of the map. Sorry, I got my wires crossed for like 2 seconds. Yeah, there was no pocket for Ascent this game. What came next? Okay, next was Gully. But yeah, I think Seven could play that map again without talking about it, and if they like just get a good start, like say like a good, like okay, so total mental reset. Like I don't mean like instantly afterwards. Like if they played it again straight away, they probably would have lost. But let's say they played it. Let's say, okay, let's do it like this. Let's say that Seven had lost this series or some shit, and Okay, this is getting a bit far-fetched. Fuck it. Let's just pretend, for whatever reason, that there was another match, like, like this Sunday or something. I feel like they could play this map again without really practicing it. And if 7 got a better start, like, if they got a better, like, first minute of the game, or first round, or some shit like that, we could see, like, a totally different game, even if kind of everyone's playing at roughly a similar level. I feel like, yeah, mentality can be really, like, really impactful on Viaduct. If you don't feel comfortable on the map, it can spiral, like, really badly. And I'm gonna take a piss real quick, boys, and then we'll do the next map. What's up, boys? Where the fuck am I? Something else that occurred to me while I was urinating, because obviously what I do while relieving myself is think about tf2, is the other reason why Viaduct can be a bit like tumultuous is you're playing like the same situations over and over and over again, right? Like there's only one CP on the map. So if there's like a piece of the puzzle that you just can't crack, like there's like let's say on Badlands, like let's just say you suck, like you're absolutely fucking terrible at pushing Spire. Like that's not going to matter too much, right? Because you don't necessarily have to push Spire to win rounds on that game. Like, maybe you wipe them on mid and go straight to last. Maybe you stalemate and, just wait for like a really big sack to like get you a med drop or a spy drop or something like that, right? Like, you can kind of work around having those holes in your game. Whereas if you just, for some reason, like if you just struggle with a similar like element of viaduct, like pushing the point with ad against a sniper, like if you just suck at like that one situation, like it's gonna trip you up repeatedly across the map, right? You're gonna have to do that push like 10 times in that game. It doesn't matter what you do or how you adapt or what you choose to do. There's no way to work around it other than you just have to be able to do it. So I think that's another thing that makes me the thing I've never really been a fan about on Viaduct. It's like sometimes there's just things that from one player's perspective, like for me it's like a main calling demo or whatever. If I can't see what the problem, sometimes you can't tell what the problem is from your perspective because the problem might be with someone else. It can be very difficult to fix things like on the fly if it's not like relevant to your thing, and you can't play around it. Either you fix it or it's like sink or swim. You either have to get it fixed on the spot, or it can literally like cost you maps. That's kind of why I said when I said I think if they played this game again on a night where Seven just felt more comfortable on the map, like they didn't feel so uncomfortable, we could see a different game. Like I would say it's not the same like on other maps, because there would have been other things that Seven maybe could have done to play around a sniper. Oh, bring back the face cam, my bad. Boom, babies, we back. The best IQ strats come when masturbating. Alright. So that was Viaduct. And just to be clear, like I'm not in any way trying to discredit like Ascent. They were terrific on that map. Something else that occurred to me while urinating was I thought Sol did a good job as well. He didn't have like a standout performance or anything, but when you consider, this guy's not played Scout really at a high level, well, at the highest level before. Like I'm sure he's done this on a couple of other teams where he runs Scout sometimes to accommodate a sniper. But considering Sil isn't really a Scout and he's going up against fucking like Dalash and Tiger, he did like a pretty good job, I think, overall, just kind of slotting in everywhere he was needed. So yeah, it's 1-1 in maps now. So Ascent won one of Seven's pick, which kind of, at this point, this opens up the series, right? Like in theory, it's Seven, just in case anyone's not aware, Seven got to pick the first two maps without there being any bans. So the first two maps could have been any two from the pool, whichever two Seven wanted. So I felt like for Ascent to have a chance in this series, they really had to win one of them. And because Seven are much better than them because Seven are much better than them on Badlands, they really had to win Viaduct. But now that they won Viaduct, in terms of the overall series, like this opened things up a lot because I feel like after Viaduct, Ascent had a decent chance on Gully, and then Snake and Gran, was it? The fifth map potentially? Snake and Gran could have gone either way, like for sure. They were like all wide open. What's up, Tiger? But yeah, I feel like Viaduct was like a really important win for Ascent because I didn't see them winning 3 out of 3 of Gully, Snake, and Gran. Like I could see them winning 1 or 2, but I didn't think there was any way in hell they would win 3 out of 3 of those maps. So winning, and they were never going to win Badlands. So winning Viaduct was like really, really big for the series. Isn't Gully's Ascent's map pick? Yeah, they chose it for this point in the series, but a key thing to keep in mind is after Seven had made their 2 bans, then all of the maps were just in, right? The 7 map pool, you ban 2, it's a best of 5. So, okay, Gully was Ascent's choice. And I wouldn't have been that surprised if Ascent had won Gully. But that would only be, like, let's say they hadn't won Viaduct, right? That would just be 1 map. So they would still need to win Gran and Snake to win the series. You know what I mean? Like, I'd say Ascent's best chance for a map was Gully. Apart from Viaduct, like, their best chance for a map was Gully, and then Snake and Gran were, like, just straight 50-50s. That's why I say they really need to win Viaduct, because I just didn't see them winning these 3 maps in a row, you know what I mean? But yeah. So that was a pretty big win for Ascent. I think that's... Yeah, it was pretty key in making, like, the series as entertaining as it was. Oh God, I'm getting some weird lags. Alright, boys. Ooh. Okay, I'm actually going to restart this demo real quick because... I'm going to restart my game because I'm getting some real stutters. It might just be the STV demo, but I'd rather try and fix it before we go into the demo than getting halfway through and not being able to tolerate it anymore. Mate, there was no abuse. There was no abuse. I had the luxury of seeing things from a third-person perspective, so I could point out some optimizations we could have done. There was no abuse. Yeah, we're still doing the grand final. It was a best of 5, so it's quite long, and I'm quite slow at watching demos. And my game, to be fair, I wouldn't spend half as long per demo if the tf2 demo system wasn't just straight garbage. What time is it actually? Oh, we've got plenty of time, good. I woke up very early today, so I feel like I'm... where's my cursor? Yeah, I feel like I'm, oh, it's because, I'm gonna kill myself, man. Okay. Okay, I think I fixed the start. Did I know that Kaidus once let a hot dog rot away behind his body for 7 months despite knowing it was there? Mate, we don't talk about that. Okay, so it's the first mid. I'm trying to think, what was the context for this game? Okay, so 7 beat Ascent on Gully last time, right? In the upper bracket final. It was 2-0 to 7, was it? Yeah, I think 7 picked Viaduct, right? And Ascent picked Gully. But 7 just managed to win it. I can't remember exactly the score. But I'd say Gully is probably like Ascent's best map, I think. Like maybe Ascent would disagree, but from like my perspective, I think it was their best map. I think Feint banned it in upper bracket round 1. I think Feint banned it from Ascent. And then they let it through. They let it through in the lower bracket final, and then Ascent just tore them to shreds on it. Like they 5-0'd them straight out of the gate. And it's also not a great map for 7. Like throughout the season, 7 have struggled on the mids in particular. Like they've never really gotten like their mids properly down on this game, on this map. Like not like they can't play mid and they like lose every mid, but like it's just not a strength for them. So this was a probably going into this was a very winnable map for Ascent. Ooh, little crotch shot there. But yeah, so I can't remember what happened, so I'm just gonna watch it free cam to begin with. Okay, so 7 not doing any like aggression straight out of the gate, just like playing under a little bit. Captain, yeah, jumps up to his own side. So slightly different mid out of 7 than what we're kind of used to seeing at this point. Still jumps to lower elbow. Drax chilling in, is that his own big door? Yeah, oh, they have a sniper, right, yeah. Drax chilling in his own big door with the sniper. This I found so questionable. I actually found this really, really questionable by Ascent. Like, okay, Credu was playing really good on sniper on Viaduct, but this is not a great mid for 7. Like this mid fight in general is not that great for 7. Their mids have been completely unconvincing for a long time. Ascent are pretty decent on the mids. Okay, I think 7 are the better team overall, so that means that 7 managed to squeak out a win in the upper bracket final. It was like a golden cap, like 3-2. But Ascent looked so much better on the mids in that game. Like 7's mids in the upper bracket final were... They lost the mid, but they kept Raymond alive, and often they managed to pick Connor, so they could just retake mid, if you know what I mean. But that was just down, like, that's not down to good execution. That's down to, like, just kind of luck in a way. Like, not pure luck, because obviously it's individuals playing well or bad in certain scenarios that allows it to happen. But that's not a reliable way to win a mid. And if you're Ascent, you don't think, we need to change our mids completely, boys, because we're losing. You think, oh, we're actually executing well on these mids, you know, we're getting the frags and we're winning the mid, but we need to keep our fucking medic alive, you know what I mean? Like, that's the fix I had to make. So to go straight into this with the sniper mid, I thought that was really questionable. I thought that was super questionable. Like, okay, Credu's beasting on sniper, don't get me wrong, but we're on gully now. Like, it's not as good on gully. Like, you can't have the same impact necessarily. It's a lot easier to counter for 7 as well. So I thought this was really questionable by Ascent. I think they did it for like 2 or 3 mids. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. Like, I remember discussing with 7 in the warm-up to this game. I said, like, make sure you're ready for like sniper. But I even said, like, I really doubt they'll do it first mid, because it's the kind of mid you break out if you're losing mids. Like, you don't use it as, it's not plan A, you know, it's not good enough to be plan A. Like, you see, like, Captain jumps, he sees the sniper, and 3, 2, 1, it's over. Like, it's just very counterable. It was also it was kind of predictable as well. Like, we didn't think it would happen the first mid, don't get me wrong. Or at least most of us didn't. But we would, you know, we discussed what to do if there's a sniper. We discussed counting the scouts and making sure we knew what we were going to do, you know, if it turned out they had a sniper. Yeah, I was talking to 7 between maps. Yeah, I watched their warm-up and, like, discussed a bunch of stuff with them. I completely get Ascent trying the sniper, but I just think doing it first... It's not the sniper mid itself that I find questionable, I should clarify. It's having it as plan A that I found suspect. Just because history says 7 are not great on these mids, and Ascent, realistically, up until this game, Ascent have probably outplayed 7 on mids and on gullywash mids. And that's not necessarily the case on a bunch of maps. Dalash saw the sentry behind the wall. Dude, Dalash is a fucking known vacker. Let's be real. Vac ban on record. It took Stark so fucking long just to, like, get behind them, man. Like, I'm guessing, like, this whole time he just wants to go behind and play by their spawn. Or, like, on the barrels or some shit. But he just can't find a way through, man. Have it in the slow motion. Fully appreciate it. Ooh, it's nasty. It's nasty. God, this is so ridiculous, man. Jesus Christ. Even has time for the dispenser. Yeah, it was kind of like not a face stab in the end, right? He kind of just caught him right on the turn. I mean, I guess it looks a bit different on STV as it would have POV anyway. But it was like borderline criminal. Borderline, man. Okay, well, one more time just for luck. We'll have one more just for full speed enjoyability. He even looked at him. Like, he looked at him just before, and then it was all over. It was very unfortunate. I'm surprised Ascent didn't expect the spy, I'm not gonna lie, because 7 didn't do anything for a long time. Like, you kind of just expect a spy, right? Like, if you don't see any action, because 7 had to wait a long time for Stark to get behind, like, longer than they would have wanted to wait. Because typically, if a team doesn't do anything, if a team has map control, and they do absolutely nothing for a long time, you just expect spy, right? Because it's like, well, they're not doing anything, like, they're not even sacking. So you just kind of would assume it's a spy, I think. No, like, the distraction came, like, later. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I know about the distraction, like, we've been calling these kind of plays for a long time, but it's in the build-up where they haven't checked for spy. Like, they should be expecting it, like, the whole time that nothing is happening. Like, in the end, the distraction for the spy is good so that Stark can actually make the play happen, but personally, I feel like I would be disappointed not to have read that we had a spy if I was Ascent. Like, in the time when the actual play occurs, yeah, it's good play. It's nice distraction by 7 and, like, good sync up. But yeah, just, you know, the time Stark was spending trying to get into a position, that's the time when I would have expected Ascent to kind of twig, like, oh shit, boys, there might be a spy on the map. And at that point, even if someone, like, distracts, like, even if someone peeks or goes under or whatever, you already are, like, cognizant of the fact there might be a spy, so, you know, you check for that, you know what I mean? And it's also, like, 30 seconds during which Stark wouldn't have been seen on Riverside, right? I mean, maybe Captain peeked there to throw them off, but yeah, I just think it's the kind of thing that you could predict. I guess on Gully it's a bit tricky because you want the NG Pyro all the time, right? So you don't have the Scout who might check for off classes, like, spare. But, I mean, Roma could do it, in theory. And even if you don't physically check the classes with a spy of your own, I don't know, you can kind of just be a little bit... Because, you know, half the power of spy is the impact of the unexpected. But if you're, like, already thinking they probably have a spy, then you just... You know, you take that extra second to check behind you and things like that. Like, to watch out, like, for your meds back and shit like this. Like the pyro and all that kind of stuff. Alright, what the fuck am I doing? But yeah, it was a nice play by 7 though, don't get me wrong. Okay, so they again went with the sniper mid. Still goes down really fast. Okay, sniper actually lives at least a little bit on this mid. Dome pushes over, nice damage by Domo. But yeah, the sniper not really having that much impact again, and I feel like I don't think Credo hit a headshot there. He tagged Captain up pretty good and earned them that frag. But for a sniper to be good on a mid, like for it to be like a good mid for a sniper, I think like the minimum is like 1 kill, right? Because if you don't get like, or like, you know, the equivalent of like 1 kill. Because if you don't get that, then your team's basically a man down. But even if you get that 1 kill, it's kind of like you still then need a little bit more to justify the pick because it's a weaker class overall. Like, it doesn't have that much benefit just by existing. You know, like a scout can deny soldiers just by standing there. They don't actually have to shoot the soldier. Like, the fear of the scout is enough. And the soldier can jump in and not hit a single rocket, but by existing, he distracts and causes people not to be able to push stuff. Like, Sniper has to hit a lot of things, I think, to justify its inclusion. So it's asking a lot of Credu, and it's like, I know he's hitting good on Viaduct, but it's just not as powerful of a strat on Gully as it is even on Process. Like, Ascent, we're practicing these sniper mids on Process. Yeah, they were practicing the sniper mids on Process. I think, like, yeah, Gully, it's just not as good. Like, it can be decent. Plan B, Plan C, Sniper, okay, it's good. It's like, it's a nice switch up. But going into the first mid with a sniper, and then again the second mid? Because, I mean, you could argue the very first mid, you want to surprise them. Okay, this was a big mistake by Domo. Like, going main here was really, really questionable. We're gonna take this back, like, a little bit and rewatch. we'll watch it play out first. You see Domo's in now, but it's like they're all alive apart from Sil. So we'll drag that back a little bit because I was talking through most of it. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Sniper can be decent. Sniper can be decent, but I think it's not like on some other mids like Viaduct and shit where it's just as good as other stuff. I think, yeah, it's more of like a, you know, it's something you do when the other team is outplaying you on mids, or you need like a plan B, or just to surprise them. But it wasn't surprising, that's the thing, like, because Seven had seen us practicing sniper mids on other maps, so it was quite predictable that it could be a thing. And that's the other thing. Doing it the very first mid, it's like, I always say this, like, the first mid is always the most interesting because it's the one you discuss the most, right? Like, you don't have time in the middle of their game to discuss the second or third or fourth mid that much. Like, you play the first round, and then you have like 5 seconds, and then it's the next mid, right? So you have 5 seconds to talk about the second or third mid. You know, any subsequent mids come after a 5-second break, but that's it. But the first mid, you can talk about it for 10 minutes. Like, the 10 minutes you spend from, you know, the end of Viaduct to going live on Gully, you'll have talked about that mid for probably 5 of them, potentially anyway. So you'll probably have gone through all the options, and all this conversation will be fresh in players' heads. So if you have like a mid like Sniper mid, for example, that works much better when the enemy team doesn't expect it, but is limited in its use, you probably want to bring that out later in the game, right? Like third, fourth mid. So enemy team is used to one thing, and then you bring this out to like completely catch them off guard, right? I think everyone was a little bit aware of the potential for a sniper, so Credu never even really got the potential for shots. I think this was all off the back of this Tiger distraction. Ascent have made a couple of like crucial errors, but we're gonna see like a big mistake by Domo right here. Not to harp on it too much, but okay. So Demo and soldiers down. Okay, scouts need to be cleaned up. Scouts are cleaned up really quickly, so it's 4 down. It's 4 down. They go into lobby. You have to go top right here. Like it's really important you go top right, because if you go main, it's just so hard to get in. Like imagine if Domo walks top right, like right now. Okay, he's going to find a soldier, but that's one soldier. Him and a scout or a soldier just running in, Sil has to leave or die. But Sil can stand here, and he just completely outright denies Domo. Like, Domo cannot come in. He could not have an impact in this fight. He could be standing here already. You see as these guys are spawning? Like, these guys coming out the spawn gate? Like, they could be stickied in already. Like, yeah. I think main was a crazy questionable choice. Apparently he only had 3 stickies. That's unfortunate. But, you know, there's ammo here, mate. If you go get this ammo, it's on your way. But yeah, it was very close to being around for 7 here, actually. Like, they actually had a 6v2, like, fight. What? How does Raymond get caught? So this goes from almost around to a complete catastrophe for 7. And I think bad... Maybe it was a bit unlucky. We're hearing rumors that Domo didn't have ammo, so that might have kind of forced Domo's hand. But even still, I would have gone top right. But yeah, Ascent managed to hold on. Yeah, I would have liked to seen basically the whole of 7 just like take play. You don't really want to go from main there. Like maybe one guy goes main, like a scout or something, as like a second wave. But bulk of your force can't be going in on the low ground, tiny door that one soldier can deny with rockets, right? You want to go on the big, wide doors that occupy the highest ground. So Ascent now pushing with Ad. Domo's going to hit an air pip. The air pip, it's a coming. I think it's a here. It's crispy. Almost a dubs. So Stark was, I think, did Stark go for a sack? I'm not sure if Stark went for a sack here, or if 7 just didn't put up that much pressure. But I feel like there wasn't that much pressure on top. Like, I don't know if Stark was already dead, or if Stark went for a sack. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, that small pack's like 5 stickies, but then you take top right, so you can then take the next small pack that's there. So as long as you actually get in with the first 5 stickies, you got another 5 waiting for you. Plus, you only actually need a few for that fight. It's more the threat. Like, if you're there in the shutter, then they're scared and they have to go back. But if you're not there, then they can stand there and just keep shooting. It was just important, I think, that someone, like, someone 2v1 Sill on that top right doorway. Like, 2 guys had to get in and have a 2v1 there. And then we needed, yeah, a demo just to get in at some point. Just for the fear, if nothing else. Yeah, there's like a lot of variables to take into account, but I think in general, like, I've made this mistake a lot in the past of thinking like, oh, they're 4 down, we can get in main, and then just having one guy like crush me as I try to get in there, and it's like, if I'd gone any other door, I could have got in. So yeah, so Drag went for the sack, did not come off. I don't remember what play comes next. There's no counter for 7. I feel like counter sacks from second to mid are quite difficult on this map. Like, you don't have that many options. Like, drop down's the only really decent one, but it's just watched all the time, right? Like, in theory it's decent, but it's actually not, because it's just being spotted 99% of the time. The only time it's not being spotted is when the other team's made a big mistake. So big door pressure comes in. Drak does. I'm not sure if that's intended as a sack or if he just wanted to take some space. Manages to get Ams behind, but Ams and Silver just get shredded instantly. Okay. And actually they sent their whole team to big door. Oh, this was a really rough play by Ascent, actually. Okay, Elikor should die here. I remember this. Elikor doesn't die. No one chases him. I think this is like, yeah, he 100% should be dead. Like, one of those scouts should have chased. It's not that often we say I remember saying of my scouts they should have chased. It's normally the opposite. But yeah, let's drag that back slightly, because that was... Actually, yeah, it wasn't consequential. Basically what happened was... Okay, so entire Ascent team was in big door. Lost 2, had to rotate back. And Elikor jumped up here and started stickying choke. And then they ended up getting forced on the point, like right here. I guess it wasn't too bad because they got the Ubers out and got their spawns. So actually, in the end, it worked out okay. But that could have worked out quite horribly. Because it's kind of what we talked about earlier. The middle ground holds. Where you're not holding a choke, but you're not far enough back that you are safe either. But 7 didn't really capitalize. Like, they could have just forced Elikor and Connor there and then not used their own Uber. But they were happy just to trade and get mid. But they should have got the demo as well. So what should have happened is they traded and then Elikor died. And then 7 could push second straight away. Hey man, I get shouted at for chasing. Then when I don't, I get shouted at. Well, yeah, it's about reading it, innit? Sometimes, like, that was a free kill that meant we can push second. Whereas sometimes we see chases where, like, a scout will chase a med, you know, when his team has 90% ad and needs second capping. A scout chasing a med, then, okay, you know, we don't need that med because we can already push the next point. Key question is, can we push the next point? And also, if I die and don't get this kill, are we going to lose this point? And in this instant, if the scout had chased that demo and killed him, we go from holding mid to pushing second. And if that scout had chased that demo and not got the frag, we go from holding mid to holding mid, because it wouldn't actually matter because it's only 1 kill. We would still be able to hold mid either way. So that's kind of the key, like the key variables in that decision. So sometimes it's good to chase, and sometimes it's not. And I think that's what it comes down to. Will, like, the outcome of this chase, if I die, will it negatively impact my team? Like, as in tangibly, we cannot do what we were going to do now because of this death. And in this instance, it wasn't. We could actually have afforded 1 player to die there. And if you get that kill, will it also then give us an advantage we didn't have before? I.e., can we push the next point with some advantage? And without that demo frag, as we see now, we're going to stalemate. But with that demo frag, we would push second straight away and get second probably for free. But yeah, Elikor was very lucky to survive, which makes the decision to jump up here and try and deny choke when he'd lost 2 of his players in big door quite a bit questionable. Like, if he'd already been here, like if him and Connor were here holding choke, okay, you might stay there and have that close trade. But when you're not already close, it's this middle ground that really punishes you. Chased him with Melly in the upper bracket final. Oh yeah, I remember that actually. Okay, I can see why you might not want to chase again. That was a pretty tragic scenario. Yeah, but that chase was stupid though in the upper bracket final because it didn't mean anything. Like, they were going to give up second for sure in the upper bracket final when that chase happened. If we got that kill or not, it wouldn't have impacted the fight at all. He would have, okay, if he died in the upper bracket final chase, he would have spawned for last and everything would have been the same. Whereas if we didn't chase, we would have 2 scouts alive and be able to push last. Bit confusing discussion there because I'm talking about something that wasn't on stream, but yeah. So we're on mid. So the classic play here used to be to trade, but this is kind of where the fact that these players who all played together a lot comes into it. Like Ams has played with 7 a lot, Drac has played with 7 pretty much exclusively until now. So the classic trade that 7 would do doesn't work that great when the enemy team 100% expects it. So 7 are a little bit stumped for options here, because they've had problems doing their classic trade against Ascent, just because Ams and Drac expect it and try to counter it. Oops. So they go for the Thalash Sniper instead. I think this is a reasonable decision. Like they have the 1-0 lead. They know that their trade is very predictable at this point. So I think Sniper is fine. Credu wisely counter snipes. I'm not sure if that was that counter snipe or was that a just I'm gonna snipe on second kind of thing. If it was a counter snipe, then it's a very intelligent decision. If it was a choice just to snipe, I'm not so sure about it, but either way, Thalash wins the sniper 1v1. So now this opens up a little bit more option for him. I want to check what's happening elsewhere. I hate this stupid little spec bug that fucking gives you the garbage camera. Okay, so it's just one guy watching choke. So I guess a tag on Elacor. Tiger gets behind, kills Drac, Thalash gets the frag as well. And this is just a complete fucking disaster for Ascent. I don't know about this peek by Elacor. I'm not sure he needed to peek that necessarily. I think he could just control the sniper sightline and not let Thalash peek him deep. And I think he could have let 7 have big door as long as he didn't give them this sightline. Oh god. As long as Elacor didn't let them have a sniper like push up as far as this. Like I think as long as Elacor kind of controlled this, you know, this sightline right here, and just controlled this stuff, I think he would have been fine. I'm not sure if he needed to peek that much. But I mean, it was a bit problematic because they were already 1 down and Tiger got in behind and killed Drac. So it was already a nasty situation. The Elacor frag was just like the nail in the coffin for that hold. But don't get me wrong, boys. We've all peaked those. We've all peaked it, and we've all paid the price. So Thalash sniping. So he died there, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I was kind of saying this about Badlands earlier. I don't think Sniper is that good for the stalemates. I think you have a lot of options of what you can do on Badlands and Gully. And Sniper, okay, you can use it for some things, but I think you have a lot of better options than Sniper for Gully last. I think with Sniper on Gully last, you should go for hero shots, basically, because I don't think it's easy to get one pick, like a standard pick. I think it's difficult even just to get, like, a, you know, a soldier kill or some shit, so... And even if you get that soldier kill, it might not do you any favors. Like, you might not be able to use it very well. So yeah, I think Thalash going for like a risky shot was... I think going for the risky shot was worth it, because then you can just get rid of the sniper and play the stalemate. Yeah, broke some lights in my room at some point. Hit the wall, something broke inside the wall and lights didn't work. Oh wait, what? You punched your wall. When you died with Thalash Sniper, oh Jesus. Wait, what the fuck happened here? Did you actually punch a wall when you got 1v1? Damn. To be fair, I would punch my wall if I died to Thalash. It's like, the guy's got a fact battle record, you know? So I'm not entirely sure what Ams is on scout now. gun's in a questionable location without a pyro. So now they've lost their gun, they have a scout. Okay, Stark's sack didn't come off. Okay, the sack attempt was pretty crappy by 7, all things considered. Like, no pyro, gun was fragged. Didn't really need a special bomb there, just needed maybe some pressure on AMS. So, a weird hold by Ascent, to be honest. Like, now they're taking Sniper Scout. I guess the Sniper is to be pushed up to River, so they can go for go for a peek while 7 are down bodies. But 7 have got their spawns, Drax gone down, they really need to get back to last now and set up a proper hold. Like, this gives 7 a big window to do something with. Okay, Raymond's miles away. What is going on? What is going on, boys? What the fuck? Like, this was a big window opportunity to make a sack play. Like, it can be hard on Gully Laughs a lot of time, right? Because there's always a fucking pyro and a gun. So if you find a window where you see enemy team has scout sniper, that's a nice, like, time to go and try and make your sack, you know, while they're still setting up their defense. But yeah, anyway, Ascent's defense is pretty much set up again. They've got the pyro gun. Gun's up to level 2, so now it's going to be tricky for 7 to get anything done. I can't actually remember how the stalemate concludes. Seven haven't really done anything for a long time, like, at all. I guess they're probably discussing what they want to try. Did they get the gun? Maybe they were just trying to spam the gun the whole time, huh? Tiger's under. Stark wants to go at some point. Okay, Stark dies to stickies. Tiger makes it out, though. Crispy stalemate, boys. These are the ones we like. Imagine failing a speed shot after putting in hundreds of hours on jump maps. Welcome to the jumper life. You have to go get a 4th dog into the house. I'll take it easy, Creddy, man. Yeah, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Glad you enjoy. Say hey to your doggy. If you're ahead, why not just wait 5 minutes and go next mid? I think it's what you mean to the attacking team. I think 7 are struggling at the moment, like, to find the opening, but I think just because 7 didn't find the opening so far, doesn't mean they won't. We're gonna go back because I missed a pretty crucial sequence of events there. Thing with Gully Last, it's like... Thing with Gully Last, you can... Like, the margin between successful sacks and failed sacks is very, very fine. Like, you can do 3 sacks, like, so let's say you do 3 double sacks. You might not get a single point of damage on the med for the first 2. But you could try the exact same sack a 3rd time and you might kill him. Do you know what I mean? Like, the margins for error are very fine. And at the highest level, you're going to struggle to even get on him. But if you do it correctly, you can do the same thing several times. And just by finding slightly different bits of space, you can do, like, different things. With the same basic concept of play, like scout on the point, soldier jumps, you can find a lot of different openings. So you see Thanash has managed to get into sneaky. And this is basically just from fairly default play. So Domo sticks to point. But yeah, as Elacorp manages to kill him without dropping on the point. But they've lost so many bodies by that. Okay, they didn't get the cap, but Stark's going to get in for a force now here for sure, right? Yeah, like there's no way that they can't get force. They've lost too many players. Yeah, I think the sticky placement was okay. Elacorp just managed to get enough damage from far enough away. Yeah, there was a little discussion in the 7 camp about if Doma put his stickies in the proper place to deny people blocking the cap, but as we've just learned, Dalash just died. No one even blocked the cap. which is fair enough. It's not a very big cap. Either way, that caused enough distraction that that's kind of like what I was saying, right? Like they did a double sack, and it was exactly the same as all the other fucking sacks they did before, or at least all the attempted sacks they did before. But it just so happened that Thalash managed to find his way into Sneaky during all of that. So, you know, they did the exact same shit, but then they found a different hole in the defense this one time, and that one little crack, like just getting one player into that one position, led to like a massive shift. Like they managed to get 4 kills, and then Stark found, like, obviously with the 4 kills, Stark managed to get in for a sack, like a clean sack, you know, like a guaranteed force kind of sack. So we have the ad push, 7 with a really nice entry. See how they walk it in a little way before popping? That gives them a lot more like room for like what they're doing. Doma's gonna lock down top right. Drax overextended. This is a free kill. That's really good, like quite a gift to 7, to be honest. Doma's got top right on lock. Captain and Stark both pressuring top left, so both the doors are locked. And now scouts are harassing the point. No one can help Elacor. Elacor's completely alone. And it came down to the wire a little bit there, but in the end they managed to get enough harassment onto the cap that they did it. Yeah, Thalash, you know, we got to keep a few up our sleeve, you know. I'm being subtle. I'm being subtle over here, bro. Okay, so we're back on mid, and this is the first mid, so it's 2-0. Like, that sequence of play by 7 was pretty damn good just now. Like, the last push was really clean, and the sack before it was pretty good as well. And there's more good stuff to come from 7, but this is the first mid. This is the first mid by Ascent, but they don't have the sniper. So let's check out what Syl and Drak are doing, because there's going to be a big change, right? They don't have a sniper anymore, so it's going to be on them to like make bombs and see if they can get any play going. So Syl leads the charge. So Syl does a fake bomb, jumps his own side, which creates a bit of distraction and some room for Drak. Oh, but Drak gets a... Oh, they're already 2 down, actually. Okay. I was going to say, this landing for Drak, well, I'm not sure if that was what he wanted. But the fact that Stark and Captain were already dead means it doesn't really matter what Drak did. Oh, they've actually just got 2 kills, though. Can they go back in on this? Maybe. Oh, okay, Ams wins that 1v1. If Ams had lost that 1v1, that was really risky by Ams. Like, Ams didn't need that kill, but if he had not got it, if he had died, then they actually would have opened up the repush for 7. Let's check out this mid again. We want to watch 2 things. We want to watch Captain and Stark's mid, because obviously Syl and Drak just jumped, and by the time they landed, the frags had already come, or at least by the time Drak had landed. I guess Stark and Captain tried to go aggro, and just didn't work. Yeah, so they both go aggro. So different target shot though, that's like one thing. Oh, Elacor so nearly died though. If Captain could have found his way onto Elacor, it could have been nice. But yeah, now watch this. Watch this by Ams. Like, okay, everything's fine. But now Tiger's in. Kills the med. He's gonna kill the demo. Oh wait, sorry, no, Domo kills Drak. But like right now, like, look at this. It's 2v2. 7 have heals. Tiger is pushed out. Ams doesn't have to go for this, like, fight necessarily. If Ams loses this fight, this mid would actually be over. Actually, I think it was actually a good decision by Ams to go for this kill. I didn't realize that it was Connor who died before. Like, if Ams doesn't get this kill, then 7 are gonna repush right with their heals and completely squeeze them, and gonna have Tiger behind the whole time. So this is actually a really, really important kill by Ams for him to get, because there was no pack available, and no heal was up on his team either. Like, if he doesn't get that kill, then 7 can easily repush. But 7 weren't actually in position to do anything. Yeah, I didn't realize it was Connor who was dead before, when I said that it was a bad fight for Ams to take. I think it was an okay fight for Ams to take. As it happened, 7 was so far out, he didn't need to take it actually. But he wasn't to know how far 7 were out. If 7 had played that perfectly, they would have been potentially repushing at that point, right? So understandable play by Ams. But yeah, that mid was actually really close to working out for 7. Like, okay, so they got the last 2 frags at the end, and now they have add to push mid. But the bombs by Captain and Stark were really, really close to being good. Like, Elacor was on like 10 health, and Ams was on half health. And that would have been, if they'd managed to kill Elacor and got Ams to half, like, when that Tiger flank came in, Domo would have pushed the point, and it could have been like a really good mid. But they were just like, you know, a whisker away. But nonetheless, they found their way in. Drax been denied. Raymond's held the Uber. So now Ascent, they're down 1. They don't really have boys to stop this second push. Like, they can't really spare another player for another sack. So 7 really fucking fast onto second. You see that? Like, how quick they are? They catch Sil's not even red, and they catch Ams. Like, this is all due to do, like, this is all kind of down to the pace for which they're playing right now. Like, 7 at times this season have been really slow and, like, really, like, ponderous when transitioning from point to point. But here we're seeing them like really upping the tempo. Like I've been telling them like all season, they need to like go faster in these transitions when they have guaranteed advantages to work on. And they did it really, really good here. And now you see how they pressure the shutter. So they're half in. Like they have number add, but even Ubers. So they're pressuring the point. They take this top right position. They get the force. Only going to lose a couple guys for it. And then they're out. This was like, I'd say this sequence of play, if we take it back to the last round, so the round that made it 2-0. So the round that made it 2-0 was when Talash got into sneaky, played the cap, bunch of frags were exchanged, and Stark got a force, and 7 did their classic last push. Like that start of that sequence of play up to here is pretty much the best 5 minutes I'd say of play that the 7 lineup has done. Like as in this 6-man lineup with Domo has done in their entire existence, I'd say. Like, it was really, really good play. So they take this Uber through main, they catch Elacor. This is more Ascent making mistakes at this point. I'm not really sure what were Ascent doing there. I don't know why they were all pushed out. I guess because they had bodies down for a sack. Let's take that back and check because this is where a shift happens in the game. I want to see. Actually, no, it's not quite. I want to see what were Ascent doing there. Like I understand that they were pressuring because they had numbers after the sack, and they were trying to, you know, counter sack potentially or whatever. But I think that was the wrong decision. I'll tell you why. Like, you might do like the bulk pressure thing. If they do a double sack and it fails, then okay, you might do the bulk pressure thing. Maybe take a snipe, maybe something like that. But this double sack didn't fail. And what's more, it wasn't even really a double sack. Does Stark survive? So Stark survives. So that was a single sack. Just Captain had to go in for that force. Okay, Stark went in, but he got out. But now, all of Ascent are moving up river. Like that, like, we actually saw this exact sequence of play earlier in the game. Do you remember when, like, I say this exact sequence, we saw a very similar sequence earlier in the game where 7 did a double sack, and then Ascent took over Balk, and I said it was the best time for 7 to do a sack because Ascent were out of position, so if they could catch them before they got their hold set up again, they might have been able to do a good sack, and that was with even Ubers, right? So I was saying it was an opening for 7 when it was even Ubers. Now it's full ad for 7. Only Captain is down. Dalash sees the entire combo on top. So now they're just going to push main. Like, they've seen them. It's wide open. Elacor's not even got lobby held. Well, maybe he did, but they Ubered in. I'm not sure which one it was, but they're just in now. Like, this is free. This is really bad by Ascent. Like, when I said 7 of, like, that 5 minutes of play was the best I've seen 7 do, it doesn't really include this push necessarily, because this was big poo by Ascent, to be honest. Like, I have no idea what they were doing on Balk. Like, when you get force like that on your last, like, they only sack 1, even 2 guys, and they get the force, you just have to swallow your pride and set up like a big defense, I think. At least most of the time. But when they only sacked 1, you can't do anything there other than just, okay, they're waiting for their spawner, let's build a gun, let's get a pyro, let's do our last hold, you know? I don't think Ascent had any business being on balcony. Hey, what's up, Lecron? Yeah, I don't think Ascent had any business being on balc there, man. I think they should just be setting up a gun and holding. So Draco's fast drop. Doesn't really accomplish much though, just gets behind. I've not really had any good POV on this mid, not gonna lie. Elokor with a pip. Bunch of frags come in for Ascent. Didn't really see what happened on this mid. But we'll let it flow. So Ascent getting a foothold back into the game. Yeah, so Drac went up drop. I guess that caused enough pressure onto Domo that Elokor was then able to push over the point. And okay, Elokor died, but there was like a coordinated push over the point by Ascent, which collectively managed to net them like the frags to win the mid. Alright, so now it's 7 on last. So gun goes down, Captain's in sneaky, Stark's under, Domo's on the point. A lot of pressure by Ascent. Point gets absolutely fucking swarmed. But the back cap is coming in. So Tiger has the back cap right now, okay. I don't know if Tiger could have done something else here, but I think, okay, this going for the mid cap was not good. That was never gonna work. Like, physically impossible, the way the map works. And now he's just sort of stuck behind. I think I would have liked to have seen him, like, just run straight for, like, lower or something after he capped that second. It's really unlucky that Raymond got the shit spawn. But we're going to see here, 7 never again managed to set up a hold. Like, this entire duration, since losing mid, they never set up a hold again. So, like, Raymond's going to spawn now. Tiger's still kind of behind. Okay, Raymond's alive. Am starts a fight early. Domo has no stickies on point. So this is a really uncomfortable fight for 7. And Ascent actually do something really good here. They're going to like keep pressure on 7 the whole time. Until they have Uber to push. Like, this is really bad by 7 actually, now that I'm looking at it again. They really should have just killed Ams straight away. Like, here's the key thing. To hold Gully last with Uber disad, you really need to have control of water. So Ams going into water early there kind of fucked with 7 a lot because they couldn't, like, Domo couldn't go to his default behind the point spot to hold last. And 7 just kind of froze in fear. Like, Tiger was behind, so they were down a player. I don't think Tiger should have gone for that mid back cap. He should have, as soon as he back capped second, he should have done one of two things. Either try and flank, like aka like jump to bulk or go to lower or something like that. Or if he went to mid, he should have like started the mid cap, but then run back and gone out lower and gotten back to last. You know what I mean? So that he'd be back for last. But all that aside, when Ams takes under, but Ascent don't have Uber yet, 7 should have gone and killed Ams straight away. Like, they should have, like, you know, Domo holds the doors, they kill Ams, and then they can do their default last hold. But now what's happened is, Ams was under for so long that Domo has never been able to get underneath. So now Domo's dead, and this push is basically free for Ascent. So there was some good stuff here from Ascent, don't get me wrong. Like, the early pressure onto water from Ams was good. It was, like, good situational play. Like, knowing that Tiger's behind and they're a man down, that there's going to be a bit more space there to exploit. But, hold on, wait 1 second. Hey, yo, I'm streaming. Okay, cool. Let me know when you're home. And I'll finish up soonish. Alright. Catch you in a bit. Bye. Yeah, it was kind of good by Ams, but at the same time, it was very, very counterable by 7. Because Ascent didn't have Uber yet, but 7 were kind of in this mindset where they have ads, so we're not going to take any fights, even though they're taking ground that we really need. So they kind of let Stark just have a 1v1 with Ams on the point when really they had enough time to just kill Ams straight up. So good play by Ascent, but poor reaction by 7. So it's 3-1 to Ascent now. Oh wait, no, 3-1 to 7. So 7 were playing great before, right? Like, they got to 3-0, everything was looking really good. But I said this last time I streamed, 3-0 is a precarious scoreline in TF2. I see this a lot, where teams get to 3-0, and they look, like, so comfortable, so in control. And it only happens in, like, high-pressure games, and, like, it's like something happens at 3-0. Like, I think 3-0... 3-0 is the point in your head as a player when you've put enough distance between yourself and the enemy team that you have like an unconscious like mindset shift. So like you go, let's say you go into a game, okay, 0-0. You're just playing your game, right? Not too many risks, you know, you're not too risky because you got a lot of time left and you know you're still tired, so it doesn't matter. Okay, and then you go, okay, so then you get around. So now you're 1-0 up, but it's like, okay, one mistake and they're tied with us, so we can't, you know, we gotta just keep playing the same, let's just keep doing the same shit. Okay, 2-0, now you're feeling good, okay? You're feeling good, like, our shit's working, we're beating them, we can make a mistake, and then you keep going, and then you get to 3-0, and I swear, like, something changes at 3-0. It's like, at this point, it's no longer just we're playing good and we should keep doing our shit. Now it's we're playing good and we have 3 rounds to sit on. So now we can... It's almost like now at 3-0, there's enough distance between us and them that we can just kind of ride this one out and make sure we don't concede 3 rounds. Like, you stop thinking about getting more rounds and you start thinking about not losing rounds and playing the clock and things like that. I see it happen so often, and I really feel like it's what happened to 7 in this game. Like, they had a complete shift. They stopped taking any initiative. They started losing fights, and every time they lost a fight, they were just set up to not to ever win anything, but just to make sure they didn't lose too quickly, if you know what I mean. So Sil and Drak do a total sandwich of Thalash there. We're going to watch this mid again, because that was actually really interesting, what happened to Thalash. So let's take that one back. So that was a good mid by Ascent, but I want to see the nitty-gritty details of it. How to do this? Remove the scoreboard on the HUD. Yeah, it's a good idea, actually. But yeah, I've seen this 3-0 thing, like, I mean, I've been watching and playing this game a long time, and I've seen this 3-0, like, pattern happen a lot. Like, obviously it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes you're just feeling great, and you can't, like, you know, if 7 had won the 3-0 mid, like, let's say, okay, it's 3-0. If 7 had won that next mid, maybe they just take it to 4-0, you know, and it never becomes a thing. But if you lose a significant fight at 3-0, I feel like it so often can be like a really significant turning point, and in this game it was for sure like that, and I've seen it before, and this might be like slightly anecdotal, but I've seen it before. I'll probably see it again. I think there's something to it. Like, it's not like a guaranteed has to happen kind of thing, but I think it's significant. So Drak's up drop. Thalash should have that info. He knows they're coming left. So jumps. Oh man, this is megs questionable. Yeah, I do not agree with that play by Thalash there to go for the soldier like that. They never get control of elbow. So just jumps in, kills Thalash, and that's it. I don't think there was any real rush to kill these soldiers. I think Domo could have like backed up slightly. So I need to watch this one more time from the Domo POV. Yeah, like, Domo did a good job, like, slowing down, I guess, the combo of Ascent. I think Thalash just rushed a little bit too much to go for Drak there. I think they probably could have played it a bit slower. But I'm not sure if Domo's positioning might have thrown Thalash off slightly. So I want to see what Domo is doing. Like, was Domo safe? Like, did Thalash need to kill Drak quickly to prevent either Sil or Drak killing Domo, or was Domo like safely tucked away in elbow? Okay, so Domo has the info they're coming big door. Oh yeah, Domo misplays this. This is a misplay by Domo. Like, Raymond hits the arrow, so Domo looks like he's okay, right? He kind of looks healthy, but Domo should be dead probably. Like, he never gets set up in elbow, so he's always at risk, which means, like, Thalash kind of has to go for these frags in a way. Like, I think, like, on paper, what Domo should do here is, once he sees that they're coming to his side, Domo should go top elbow and play here. Because what this position does is it lets you spam mini elbow, so you deny the combo a fast walk up, and you're safe from all the soldier bombs. So Drak coming up, drop down. Domo would see Drak drop down. Still bombing high. Okay, best he can do is land here. And Domo would have Raymond walking up elbow, right? So if Domo's playing here and just sees Sil lands, okay, he takes a rocket, but he can just back up into elbow, get healed. And what that does, it tells Thalash that everyone is safe, and he doesn't have to rush to kill anyone. Like, he doesn't have to chase Draken choke. He doesn't have to, like, deny Syl. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like Thalash... Yeah, Thalash misplayed that, but I think he might have sort of done it because he felt under pressure to kill those soldiers faster due to Domo being in a questionable position. Domo's telling me he forgot that they were coming outside. Yeah, it's like, it's an understandable mistake. I'm more trying to just sort of pinpoint why, because I don't think, like, tangibly, I don't think Domo's play actually was the reason they lost this mid. It was Thalash's play was the reason why the mid worked so good for Ascent. But I think Thalash was kind of a bit confused and misplayed it because he saw Domo in like an unorthodox position. Otherwise, I think Thalash probably would have just ran into elbow, got a buff, and then slowly killed the soldiers while Domo delayed the combo by spamming mini elbow. Either way, this push for Ascent was garbage. What the fuck just happened? What? Alright, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to go back in time again. Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's a team game, right? So, like, little mistakes that people do cause other people to make mistakes and shit like that. I was just trying to puzzle out what was maybe going through each other's head in this fight. Like, definitely misplays by various people, but I just like to know the hows and the whys of it, you know? Alright, anyway. So, we had the mid. I want to see what happened next, though, because... Okay, someone killed Connor, right? Yeah, okay, so Stark gets the kill on Connor. So now what Ascent do next is super questionable. So Raymond gets the early spawn, right? He died early, he spawns early. Connor is dead. Ascent have one guy forward. And they just start rushing people in. So all of 7 are alive now. Okay, they got that one frag, but they don't have heals. They haven't got cap time and they haven't got heals. So 7 can play this really fucking slow. And they will. They'll back into lobby. And now, like, yeah, okay, there's space on second, but there's no heals coming anymore. So there's space on second for now, but you see all these blue markers, that's healed players coming to contest you. There's no cap time, so there's no value in being here. Like, this is just crazy. Like, now AMS gets cap time. Now that everyone is coming top with all the... Oh, fuck. Now that everyone's coming top with all the heals, now AMS gets cap time. And I feel like, I don't know what they're thinking. They just, now they're caught out. Now they're at a point where, now they're so fucked that they commit anyway. Because it's like, they're going to lose people, but they have a better chance of trading some frags than they do of making it out with 6 guys. So they decide to commit. But, make no mistake, this is a horrible sequence of play by Ascent. Like, they had no business being on second there, I don't think. I'm not sure if they should have, like, once they'd made that mistake, I'm not sure if they should have backed out and just maybe accepted that Elacor was going to die, or if committing to try and trade him efficiently was the best call. I'm not 100% sure about that part, but this all starts from Elacor and AMS being deep in on second. I don't know why they did it. I'm guessing... Maybe they just didn't have a good, like, timing on when Connor was getting there. Like, maybe they thought they could hold 7 out long enough that Connor would get there and heal them. But from my privileged position of slow-mo spectator, like, Connor was, like, clearly not going to get there in time, right? Because Raymond was pretty much spawning as Connor died. So yeah, that was rough for Ascent. Elacor gets caught again. I think Elacor is maybe a bit... I don't know. I've seen Elacor get caught a few times this game. But this one was probably the weirdest of them all. Like, the others were kind of like, team makes a mistake, and Elacor is the one who gets caught because he's a demo man and a nice juicy target to focus. But this one... This might have been like some arguing on Mumble. I'm purely speculating here, by the way. I have no reason to believe that Ascent are the argumentative type of team. That's just based on my knowledge of what happens in, like, intense TF2 games. When mistakes happen, people sort of discuss what just happened. They get distracted for a moment by the conversation, and then before you know it, you're accidentally dying again because you were focused on the conversation that was happening. I'm not sure if that's what happened here. It's just a theory. We'll see if that was like the case. So they basically just stand here as enemy team all walks into them. Yeah, this looks to me like they might have been distracted by comms or something like that. Like they were probably arguing about the fight they just had, or just I'll be civil. They were probably discussing the fight they just had on second, like the push they had on second, and not concentrating fully on the game, and they just get caught out by the pace of 7. Amps is on spy, completely useless in this scenario. Points free. Oh, I don't know about this. Oh, this was pretty nice, but also absolute trash at the same time. Right. This push, boys. This push was... This is the scout class in a nutshell. Actually, let's just play it forward a bit and appreciate the full banter before we go next. I'm liking the skadoosh. Your sister will be proud. I'm really enjoying the banter. But let's watch that fight again, because this fight is the scout class in a nutshell. Like it is like the definition of a lot of things that's wrong with TF2. So people are gonna watch that fight and they're gonna say, wow, Thalash did great. He got 3 kills and absolutely destroyed them. Thalash is the best scout of the season. But I look at it and I see, okay, yes, that's all true. Like Thalash did very good, but like I feel like it was actually a horrendous push. Like if Thalash doesn't hit every shot there, then they lose. They lose a full ad push with no demo on the other team. Like they go in while half their team's weak. Domo's not alive. It's a pure like, okay, Tiger's half HP. They go to the point. Like they could have just killed the med and left, right? Like Tiger goes for the med. Med's completely caught out. I think the correct call here, especially when Captain dies, is just to kill the med. And okay, you probably have to back out at that point. You probably can't commit to the fight. But you can then get another ad and have a do-over basically. But yeah, Thalash just fucking hits everything and wins it. So yeah, that's good. It's like it's a sick play, but I think it was probably the wrong play overall. Like yeah, don't know. It's a tough one, I guess, because it was pretty beast. But I think that play could be attempted a lot and probably fail several times. Whereas like the med kill is like guaranteed, and they're -2 heavy classes. Like they don't have any spam. Like normally it's like, you know, enemy team doesn't have a demo, so you want to get on the point with your scout and bring the enemy team there and then crush them with your heavy spam classes, right? But Captain was dead, Domo was dead, Stark was the only spam, and I think he was capping second. Yeah, he must have been because Tiger was pushing. So they had no spam classes. It was literally just scouts. So bringing them to the point was basically useless unless Thalash hit everything. But Thalash hit everything, so it's fine, you know? It's fine. Yeah, this BM is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy it. Alright, so we're back on mid. Yeah, look all kind of suppressed. And look all healed now coming forward. Speed was kind of weird. Oh, Stark, I guess Stark got weak early? Or not? Wait, what? That pipe hit the wall? I guess that pipe must have hit the wall. How did 7 almost, like, not almost lose, but how did this game get so fucked up? Yeah, if I'm 7, I stalemate here. I don't push this. I just wait. Oh, they actually go for it? Oh, yeah, okay. I remember this. Okay, so this is not too bad. Like, they sacked one. It's whatever. Like, they can easily hold this second. But if I remember correctly, I think Domo does the wrong thing now. Like, they're going to push this choke because there's 4 minutes left, and Ascent need 4 rounds. Or 3 rounds. I don't see how this is something wrong with tf2 though. Seems like solid individual players winning rounds is a fun part of tf2 to me. Yeah, what? I'm not entirely sure. Did I say that? Did I say it was like something wrong with tf2? Oh right, yeah, because I said it's the scout class in a nutshell. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it's like that bad. I think no, if you hit your shots for sure, like if you do a good play, then yeah, my point is more like, my point was more that this play shouldn't work, but because of like really good individual play, it does work, and that's kind of, it is like a scout, almost like a scout privilege kind of thing, because like a soldier couldn't do that, for example. Like if a soldier took that Uber in, he just doesn't have enough rockets to do enough damage quickly enough, like to get 3 kills like that. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of more what I was going for. Like I don't think it's anything wrong with the game, but it's just, that's just like, can't really remember what I said, but yeah, that's just when people complain about the scout, like if you're teaching someone how to play tf2, you would tell them this is not what you should do to win. This is just no, because I think it's a fair point. I might have misspoken, I'm not sure. But yeah, if you're teaching someone how to play TF2, you wouldn't tell them to do that. But when it happens, it's cool, and that's part of what makes the game fun. I think that's a fair point. But yeah, this fight right here, dude, GP's a reformed character. He has been making reasonable points lately. Yeah, this fight right here, this should be really easy for 7 to hold. So they've Ubered in, Ascent have Ubered in. It's going to be a bad Uber. But 701 player down, so all 7 want from this is a reset, right? Like 7 aren't going to chase this because they're 3 rounds up. Stark's not there, so if they commit to a fight, they're going to be down a body. But Domo's not denying choke, I don't think. Maybe it's not this fight. Yeah, Domo needs just pure stickies on choke now. Like, the repush is super potential, super possible. Like, Domo should just have, like, a million stickies at choke, but he's not. Okay. He gets distracted by this soldier. I would have liked to have seen him denying this choke, like, the whole time. Because in the end, they all get crushed. Okay, big door is open and Domo gets bombed, so it was a bit too tricky for Domo. What I would have liked to have seen Domo do there is 2 things. 1, sticky the choke faster. And 2, when he sees pressure on big door, don't back out of choke, but actually go closer. Like, go in this angle and deny choke deeper. Like, hard lock that choke down and let your team deal with the people coming in from big door. Like, if Domo had just gone and, like, shown dominance at the choke, then Captain would have been free to deal with the guys coming in at big door. Like, we'll watch it again and I'll show you kind of what I mean. Like, with the timing that I mean. I'll be Domo in free cam. Okay, so trade happens. They're gonna start leaving. Where's Domo? Okay, Domo comes forward. So now I would start stickying the choke. Like maybe some stickies like high on the wall, so they can't just be cleared with a rocket. So if I'm Domo, I don't stand here. Like I come and I stand like a little bit closer as the Uber fades. Okay, Uber's still going. Okay, Uber fades. And now rather than standing here, now I come and stand like right fucking here. I put stickies all over this choke. Maybe I'm playing here and I'm just completely denying any walk in at this point. And this guy bombing me, someone else can deal with him. I'm just gonna deny this like entire like bit of the map. And let my entire team focus on the soldier jumping in. It's when these guys get in for free. This is when chaos breaks out. When all of these guys can get in. But Domo could have held that choke like completely by himself. Well, he couldn't have held it by himself, but he would have done it. He could have done enough damage, like on a team intent on walking through there. He would have done enough damage that his team could clean it up, if you know what I mean. I think, anyway. I think. Like, if you're gonna have the fight there, you have to hold the choke. If you don't hold the choke, then don't be there, is, I guess, the point. In theory, they could have gone back. But it's like, again, one of these, like, I've mentioned this a few times today, like the middle ground holds. The middle ground holds are the things that punish you the hardest in tf2. Like, if you're not in a safe position, but you're not holding the chokes properly, you're going to get murdered, basically. And this is kind of a classic example of that. They were close enough to die, but not committed enough to actually hold the choke and, you know, do damage and trade and keep your position. Okay, so 7 go for the full deny hold here. I think this is an interesting decision as well. If I'd been 7, I might have... If I'd been playing, I might have not called for this hold this time, because this hold has worked really well for them in the past. But with 2 minutes 40 on the clock, this game's basically unlosable as long as they make this take a long time. And the thing with this forward hold, either you're holding it completely and they're not getting in, or you're dying and they're getting a really fast round, right? Whereas if you play like behind the point and do like the standard slow hold, you're going to make them spend like 40 seconds on their push, you know? It's going to take them a long time to push. You see how fast they get this? Like, it's just over. Like, Uber fades and they win 10 seconds later. This push could have taken them 30 seconds. Like, a default like push might have taken an extra 20 or 30 seconds if they didn't do the forward hold. And obviously it's a disad hold, so you're not favored either way. And I guess the forward hold has worked quite well for them in scrims and other matches. But I think this one particular situation with that amount of time on the clock, like imagine now, like right now, there's 2 minutes 12 going into 2 minutes 15 going into this round. Imagine if that was, imagine if instead of 2 minutes 15, that was, let's just say, okay, let's just do it like this. The clock right now says 2:12. Let's pretend the clock had said 1:55. Like let's kind of be a little bit generous to 7 and say they managed to hold an extra like 15 seconds or so. We'll see like at the end of this round how much time would have been left on the clock. So yeah, just imagine we're gonna minus like 15 seconds from the clock. So yeah, the full aggression comes on from Ascent, obviously, because that's all they can do at this point. Mid is messy, but clean enough for Ascent. Oh, Domo goes for the big commit. I'm not sure about this play, boys. It could have been... Oh no. Ah shit, I need to do those badges. Oh dude, I'm gonna do the badges. I have them. There's just so many files to upload. There's so many files to upload, you know? Yeah, so don't know about that play by Domo. I didn't actually see if he could have prevented his death or if he could make it out. Was crits anyway, yeah. True. I don't know if Domo could have made it out there or not. It doesn't actually matter. He gets to spawn for last, but key is he hasn't got any under control. But I think... Depends if he saw the crits or not. I'm not sure if he saw the crits. Okay. So they're going to pull off the push. Okay, now let's count it down. Okay, so there's 51 seconds on the clock. I think fastest round that's ever been recorded on Gully is in the 40-second range. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like that round that Ascent took just there was very, very fast. Like roughly about, it's not as fast as you can possibly do it, but it's, you know, within your control. That's like pretty much just, you know, that's a very fast round basically. And now there's 51 seconds left on the clock. So remember that thing I said before about doing a different last hold that takes longer to push? Like even if you win or lose the push, it takes the same amount of time. Imagine if instead of the forward hold, imagine if they'd done the back hold and slowed Ascent down and made them take an extra 15 seconds to win that round. That would leave 35 seconds on the clock. Which, okay, granted this round is going to be next to impossible for Ascent to win. This round is technically possible to win for Ascent. And that previous round could have been won slightly faster. So that, like, the difference between doing the forward hold and doing the back hold could have been like really interesting. As it happens, 7 give up mid anyway, and they just hold. And now they're going to do a nice hold. I'm not sure what Sil did there. Sil dying there was less than ideal. But yeah, Dome was here, emphasized to the trap, and they hold on. But I mean, this was a nice comeback by Ascent in the end. It's not going to mid when you are 1 round up and there's 1 minute left viable, or should you go to mid? I think it really depends on the team. I think some teams can do it and others can't. Like a lot of teams, when they don't go to mid, they actually are so unfamiliar with the situation.
Oh, Jason, I cannot breathe with this air.
Hey Drac, thanks for the sub, bro. GG's, man. I thought you played really good on Viaduct, especially. Yeah, I think some teams have the mental fortitude or the adaptability, or maybe they just prepared, like they made a plan for what do we do if we don't go to mid on this map, that they can do it. But others should just go to mid and make it as messy as they can. And it also depends how long is left on the clock. Personally, like for example, there was 50 seconds, right? So I think if there was 2 minutes, then you definitely go to mid, right? If there was 1 minute 30, then you definitely go to mid, because you give the other team enough time to get Uber and then have a trade on second and that kind of shit. But when there's a minute, I think it completely depends on the team. Like 7 can do it, because I think we've talked about those kind of scenarios before, and there's like a lot of mental fortitude in certain areas of the team. But for example, if anyone remembers Lego versus Low Panda, like that was clearly a team who did not talk about what they would ever do in that situation, and then when they went to do it, they put themselves in such an unfamiliar scenario that it was a complete and utter catastrophe. So maybe, considering Domo was on the team, maybe we should have gone to mid. Maybe we almost risked it. I guess Domo's proven that it wasn't his fault back then. Domo's redeemed himself now. Yeah, I think it depend. Okay, so it's 1 more map, boys. So 7 now just need the 1 map to win, and yeah, Ascent have to win this map to stay in the tourney. Actually, wait, let's really quickly. What time is it? Let's really quickly check the logs actually of gullywash. These are the viaduct logs that we already checked. So with the mad damage. I mean, okay, so the score was close. Oh, what the fuck? My headphones. The score was really close, but Ascent got completely outplayed on this map. Apart from the 7 meltdown at the end, I think Ascent did get outplayed on Gully. As well, completely outplayed. 7 had a very good, like, 10-minute spell. And I think they played like quite a lot better overall. But the only reason I say that is kind of to contextualize Sil's stats. Like, Sil's stats are fucking ridiculous on this map. He got, like, so much damage, considering, like, his team was losing for most of the game. Like, yeah, they had a good couple of minutes at the end. Like, last 4 minutes for Ascent were really good. But Sil was pretty nuts. Jump out, 3 damage. He got 27 kills as well. Like, he top fragged. Yeah, Sil was pretty crazy, man. Like, he was getting like kills like every mid. Like, he would jump in and just find 1 to 2 kills like pretty much every mid. I wish you could see, like, I guess there is a thing like that, right? Where you can, I was gonna say there used to be like a logs thing where you can TF2 stats thing where you can see where damage and frags occur. I'd like to see like that for Sil, because I reckon he got a shitload of frags on mid. But yeah, other than that, nothing that interesting in the logs. Dalash got many kills, but the scout cleanup boy. Stark, I guess. Stark had a pretty big game. Spy 3k. Yeah, nothing really that glorious on the logs, apart from Sil. Like, I think it was pretty even apart from that. Like, Captain had a lot of damage, but yeah. Anyway, so onto Snake. Okay, so any context for Snake? So this was at one point a map where, okay, in the season game, it was week 5. I think it was week 5. 7 played Ascent on this as like their regular season match, and they lost. This was the map they lost to Ascent. I think this was the only map they'd lost to Ascent before Viaduct on this night in a match. I might be wrong on that, but I think that was the case. But since then, 7 have improved the map quite a lot. But there are some things that Ascent do on this map that require some careful consideration. So 7 had to kind of have a few tricks up their sleeve, or whatever you want to call it, to win this one if they were going to. So we watched the first mid into slow motion to figure out what's going on. Okay, so Credu's in his kitchen. Stark goes into that kitchen. Oh, we want to see this fight. So Stark finds Credu straight away. Okay, so that's like an interesting start to the mid. Sil bombs in. Drag bombs in as well. So both soldiers bombing in. Meanwhile, Stark is doing the whole kitchen flank thing. They're going to trade medic for both soldiers. And with Stark's frag, that should probably be enough. Oh, this. Oh, mate, this was so dumb. Watch this. Watch this. Look at this shit, man. 4v3? 4v3. They can just cap mid, right? Like, they can just cap mid. Wait, where even is Stark? So I just want to find where Stark is. Stark is still hiding on mid. What? Meanwhile, entire team is feeding onto second, chasing. So entire team feeds on second for 7. And what? Stark is hiding in kitchen. What? Like, I didn't even know about that Stark thing. Like, I just think 7 should have capped mid. I don't think, like, I think Tiger could chase. Okay, we'll take it back. I was kind of, I had something I was going to say, and then I was thrown through a loop by what Stark was doing. Okay, so let's just back this one up. He's pack hunting. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I was kind of thrown off by what Stark was doing. But let's watch this again, and we'll just watch it, like, flow. And we'll see, like, I don't know. For me, it looked kind of goofy from 7. Okay, so Stark goes kitchen, finds Credu. Soldiers both bomb, kill Raymond. But they both get cleaned up by Captain Dalash. So now the chase is on. It's 4v3. These guys are running. Tiger's going to go lower and try and chase. And Captain and Domo are going to chase as well. So Stark is in kitchen. Stark saw all of them leave, so Stark should know where they are. Okay, these guys are pretty much out. So Tiger has a valid reason to chase, right? Tiger's almost getting on them. Like, Tiger has a legitimate shot of killing one of them, right? Or at least if he'd shot Elacor, he'd get him for sure. But once he doesn't do that, and when he doesn't get the med, or scout, or whatever, whoever he ends up fighting, well, he does shoot Elacor, okay. He just gets really unlucky not to get him. Okay, if Tiger had got a kill, then Captain and Domo following might have made sense, but he didn't. So I think these guys shouldn't have gone either. And the fact Stark is still here chilling, I'm not entirely sure why that is. But either way, entire team goes in and dies, so that was kind of questionable. Yeah, but yeah, Stark saw all 3 of them leave. Like, Stark saw 3 guys go out, and then he went into kitchen, so I think he knew. I just think he wasn't expecting his whole team to chase. I think Stark was thinking maybe Tiger would chase, and then if Tiger failed his chase, maybe Ascent would try a repush. So I think Stark was setting up for that course of action. I'm not 100% sure if that's what it was, but I think that's what Stark was doing. I think Stark was not expecting a 3-man commit. I think Stark was expecting Tiger to go, and then he was preparing for what came afterwards in case Tiger failed. I think that's what was happening. But yeah, I don't know why all of 7 chased there, man. That was really badly coordinated. Like, the fact, well, not even all, like 3 out of 4 of them chased while the other guys chilled in kitchen. Like, yeah, weird comms, weird fight, weird situation. Alright, so 7 are on last. It's even Ubers. Oh, Ubers just popped straight up. I guess Ascent maybe thought they had ad? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I get so denied. He like tries to leave and just cannot. He just meets a wall of rockets, man. So 2 down. 7 can just take this. Ooh. Okay, still gets that frag on Thalash. I didn't think he would get that. And if he hadn't, it would have been very different. This would have been a 3 point for 7. That was a really nice frag by Sil. If he doesn't get it as well, it's just 7 literally gets second and maybe mid even as well. This is the play by Drac. So the Ascent soldiers just went bananas on 7 here. Like, I think 7 for the defense. Wait, what should come for what? For you getting destroyed by Drac. We'll check that little sequence out again, because that was actually really impressive by Ascent. Like, oh, I missed. I'm probably not going to get the trade in this. Yeah. Like, this should be second, right? Like, you'd think, demo, scout down. You're probably not going to fight this if you're Ascent. But Sil just happens to catch Thalash on the entry, gets him instantly, and that means Ascent can fight it, right? And from there, it's kind of an even fight. They trade 1 for 1 after Thalash is dead. And now Ascent spawners are on the way, and 7 know they have to leave. And now Drac, with the chase. Oh, he does so much damage as well. Dude, Drac's monstering them here. Like, Sil with the opening to make this fight possible, and then Drac just in with the rockets. Good lord. So the Ascent soldiers there, man, they came out really fucking big. Like, the Sil frag, okay, it was kind of a little bit lucky timing with the way he, like, landed just as Thalash was coming out the door, but I guess, like, you create your own luck, right? Like, he probably had, like, a partial read that someone could come through at that time. Like, it was the most likely time for someone to come through. So even though it might have seemed just like, you know, a scout kill, it changed everything. And then the follow-up from Drac was pretty immense. So mid. 7 won the last mid, but they never capped it, you know? So will 7 be affected by that? We'll watch it play out, and we'll see. Okay, so Stark gets red going into kitchen, exactly what he did last mid, but he gets red and denied. So now Stark is down. Captain's just retreating. Gomo's retreating. Wait, what? And 2 seconds, sorry, I gotta just take care of something. Okay. Alright. Woo! That was a pip. Okay, I got a really weird pop on that pip, but that was a pip. No pip, man. Nice, so Connor lives. Yeah, I didn't see that pip, like, until I unpaused. Then there was a pip. Okay, so it's big ad for Ascent. I guess eyes are on Captain and Stark. I love this little, like, thing that Stark does here. He has a lot of damage, but no kills. But yeah, I like the jumping on the awning thing and then jumping out. I think it's pretty cool. So they don't get any kills, but they do put up a lot of delays, so they're probably going to get Uber for last. But Ascent are in a really cushy position, right? Like 1-0, having the team pinned on the last. Okay, they can't push yet, but... But it's uncomfortable for 7 now, right? 7, Ascent have all the control. Drag has a skip through, shoot Stark. Okay, so Ascent have top right now. But let's see how 7 deal with it. Okay, sack from Sil. There's a gun, so this should go nowhere really. Sil gets completely denied. And that's it. So something interesting is going to happen in... Actually, wait, no, it can't be this fight because I think the score goes 1-1 at some point. I can't remember. It's a Tiger Pov time. We haven't seen enough of Tiger tonight. What's he been up to? This is nice. This is tasty stuff. Yes, lad. Go on. Go on. Go on. Fucking do it. It's it. I fucking dare you. Oh, he's fucking doing it. Well, lad. There he goes. That is absolutely fine form, it's got to be said. Good firm whacking. Okay, so contesting the right a little bit. Start gives it a bomb over. Drag goes down to a well laid sticky from Domo. And that means Tiger can happily return to his diligent work as a blacksmith. He's hitting the fucking gun. Yeah, it's gonna BS, right? Like, whoever spawns first has to build the gun, and then the other one gets to fucking snipe, or spy, or whatever. Well, I guess snipe mainly. The other one gets to do whatever the fuck they want, while the NG does this shit. Was there a spy? I swear I saw a spy. Yeah, it's oh, the Drac spy. Where is it? My POV, my camera. Okay, I found it. So the Drac spy doesn't come out very often, but when it does, like, you don't always expect it, because he really doesn't do it that often. Like, he saves it for the, like, total surprise. I remember, like, in really, like, proper vintage 7, like, I guess we were crowns at the time. It was like, wait, what? Oh, he's sapping it? Is it for a sack? Okay, that was actually pretty cool. I actually really like that play. It didn't work. Thalash gets fucking destroyed, I remember. But that was actually a pretty cool play. Like, he's just saps the gun and Syl bombs at the same time. So the gun doesn't deny Syl. So we'll watch Syl's POV. He doesn't get the medic, but it shows you, it's kind of like a proof of concept, right? Imagine what Syl gets is the medic instead of the scout, and you'd have seen, like, play of the season level of strat. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good strat, right? Like, the way he completely took out the gun. Like, Raymond was counting on that gun, playing in this corner, 100% dependent on this gun for deny. Gun's suddenly gone, only for a few seconds, grant you, but it's long enough. So I actually really like that from a sense. It just, Thalash heroically blocked the rocket. But yeah, we used to have, like, a joke in 7. I don't know if it was a joke or a real thing, where, like, Drac wasn't allowed to go spy in any scrims or, like, online matches, so that we could break it out at LAN and no one would ever expect that he would go spy. Like, no one would think of him as a player who goes spy. And then we would just break it out in only the biggest games. The ultimate surprise factor. So, strat failed, but it was a pretty nice idea. I really liked it. Seven are going to do a crucial mistake at some point. Okay, Drag goes down. Let's fast forward a little bit. Dash peeking in lobby. Nothing happens. Okay. So everyone's back alive. Creddy's sniping now. I'm really cold. I'm going to turn the heater on. Okay, so Creddy's been called. So they're opening the door so Creddy can try and get a shot in. But they have a sniper of their own, so this doesn't really matter too much. A few things I have to watch out for, but as long as I keep the spam up, it shouldn't be too bad. So Stark gets attacked, and then Captain jumps to contest. Like, I'm not sure about this play. I don't think I agree with this style of play. On the right side, okay, it's not this time, but we're going to see 7 get really heavily punished for their contesting the right side, the way they contest the right side. And yeah, it's going to be pretty key. I want to see it when it happens. In the meantime, nothing's happening though. Oh my god, the Ascent are so slow. How dare they? They're slow and we hate them. Okay, so Drac jumps through, a little bit of distraction, makes it out alive, Kaidus gets killed. Okay, we'll speed it up again while nothing happens. I guess I'm only fast forwarding it when like the respawn times are happening, so like Ascent make their sack, you know nothing's gonna happen, right, for the next 10 seconds, so I'm just fast forwarding those moments. Talash is on Spy, no, he's on Sniper, okay. Think we're gonna see the play soon. Okay, so Ams rushes in right. Kill Stark. Okay, right here. Okay, it's a nice rocket. But this is so questionable. Okay, Domo gets the pipe. Okay, we'll see how this plays out actually. This plays out slightly different to how I remember it. Watch the Domo Pov. I think Domo's extending a little bit far here. He could play a few steps further back. He's not buffed either, which is kind of weird. I don't think Domo needs to be this deep for this kill. Like, he has the gun behind him, bear in mind. Okay, Thalash gets them med drop. Okay, it actually worked out okay in the end. Yeah, I'm not sure if Domo needed to be that deep, because they had the sniper, so they had the sniper to counter-snipe, and they had the gun, so if anyone bombed Domo, then they had the gun to cover it. Domo just needed to make sure he was healthy. Domo just needed to make sure he was healthy and not letting them cap the point, necessarily, or get close enough to the gun. Like, Domo's principal responsibilities there are to be healthy and to not let them get close to the gun and point. So I'm not sure if he needed to look for that kill on Syl around the corner, but the fact that it was the way both 7 soldiers died, I did not like at all. I guess we'll see it all from the Thalash Pov. So Ams is going to rush and kill Stark. We'll watch it from Stark Pov actually. So I think Stark could have done slightly better there. This is completely unnecessary from Captain. Like, he's just counting on hitting 2 directs or something, I'm not sure, but that's so risky. Like, once Stark is dead, it's like, it's pivotally important that you don't lose the other soldier. Like, Captain could have, you know, jumped and shot 1 rocket and then left, but lingering for the kill is so risky. It's really only, yeah, the fact that Thalash manages to kill Connor that saves 7 there. That was really, yeah, losing 2 soldiers top right to 1 scout is pretty bad. And because the thing is, okay, like, we can see as well from third person, like Spec, when Captain jumps up here to shoot Ams, like, we can see that it's just Ams, but Captain's jumping that from here, right? He has no idea what is around the corner. There could be 2 guys, maybe, waiting around the corner to help Ams, you know what I mean? So Captain jumping Ams there was really questionable. I think Stark's play was slightly questionable. Okay, he did get like 100 damage meat shot as Ams rounded the corner. But I always think the soldier holding top right is there to slow people down and survive. They should never be like trading their life to stop people getting in. Like, I do think Stark got killed very, very quickly, so I don't really think it's his fault in this instance. But it's a trend I noticed with this 7 lineup where they lose people top right a hell of a lot. And it's really, really costly. So Ubers are popped. Well, Uber is popped, rather. Alacor's staying in a long time. Should probably die. Oh, Uber is had for Ascent. Wait, did Ascent always have Uber there? I'm not sure if I just can't read. If I wasn't paying proper attention. Oh yeah, they didn't have Uber. So they did have Uber. Yeah, this was crazy risky by 7 for like so long. So they do this Uber in. They get the counter pop. And then they try and repush it. And it's like, okay, I kind of get why, because Captain's in and stuff. But it's like, okay, now Captain's dead. And then they manage to, they're going to get out again. But it's like, Yeah, this was this. Okay, so this all started from like a mistimed Uber right at the start. Like they thought they had ad, they didn't have ad, they pushed and got counter popped on. Then I think they overcommitted to second, and then they stayed even longer on grass when they should have been resetting on second. And I think they very easily could have lost this fight as well. This was pure shenanigans for 7, man. So we're just gonna take it back a little bit because I was like misremembering as we went along that entire sequence of play. We check it. We check it again. Yeah, so 7 did that Uber in, and then they committed like with a 1-man advantage onto mid, just from Captain being behind. I think what they should have done is poked and prodded a little bit to make some distraction for Captain. Like, Captain shouldn't have been... Oh, fuck. Captain shouldn't have been... Like, people shouldn't be jumping in to distract for Captain. It should be like, okay, let's poke and prod, see if we can make some space for Captain, and if not, then we don't go. Because they're never going to be able to push on this distraction. Captain's just going to die. There's too much ground to cover. Okay, Captain's going to... Okay, so they're in the air, but Captain's dead, right? By the time these guys get on them, Captain will be dead. So they should not go for this play. Even if Captain hadn't died, it would still be really risky. And now the fact that Captain's dead as well means this is just absurd. And they, by rights, get quite lucky to get out of this alive. But they're going to get it out. And this is all after they've mistimed an Uber, keep in mind. Like, they did a trade that they mistimed when they thought they had ad. So that's twice in a row now they got super lucky. And they could easily have lost a round there and then. And now they're -2. Okay, spawn wave is coming soon-ish. But it's like they're -2 and they're still not out. They're still on second. But they're actually going to win this fight. Like at this point, okay, you'd say fair enough, take the fight. Because you've got 2 kills. But those 2 kills, like right at the start, they came at the end of like 4 mistakes in a row that Ascent weren't quite able to capitalize on. And the end result is Ascent get wiped. But I remember watching this live and I was like thinking to myself, there's about 4 different ways 7 could have got wiped and lost a round there, and by rights should have done, but then didn't. Like Tiger kind of crapped on them as they came to second, and then the chase in the end. But everything before that was so risky for 7, and it's like it was not like a good risk reward. It was like, okay, if we win this fight, we're gonna get 1 point. You know, we're gonna get 1 cap. Like we're gonna cap mid. So the Uber in, like Ascent don't have a fully established defense. Cap time is poor. So does his jump. Frags are traded. No one pressures Credu on the right. It's a failure push. I don't think all of 7 were there. They didn't have Domo for that fight, which I think... Oh, they get the backup. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to analyze in that last push. They took it without Domo, which I don't think they had to do. I'm not sure if they... In fact, I'm 90% sure they didn't have to push without Domo. They should have waited for Domo. Because once they didn't win it instantly, it was like, okay, they have, like... They basically left Captain with too much to do. Because, like I said, like, Credu came out of right spawn as heavy. So Captain had the choice. Does he... Like, Thalash plays the cap. Does Captain then capitalize on the people blocking the point, like by getting damage on them, and then let Credu walk out of spawn? Or does he suppress Credu in spawn and then let Thalash just have a fight on the point with whoever blocks him? Because ordinarily, Captain would do one or the other, and then Domo would, you know, fill the gaps. But without Domo, I think Captain had way too much to do. So if they were going to do this push without Domo, they had to do a completely different push. Like, they can't just go in... Like, you can't play the point. You can't do a point-play push against 6 guys, or 5 guys, however many it was, without your demo alive. So I think 7... Oh, fuck. 7 should have gone for a different approach in that push, or waited for Domo and done, like, you know, a more classic point play with stickies kind of push. Drag us a really clean bomb in. They get completely swarmed on this mid. So Dome got a 2... I mean, not Dome. Elocore got a 2k in the middle of that mid. And I was watching a Feint demo the other day. Ooh! What? What was that? Holy fuck. Alright. Now we're definitely going back. Yeah, I was watching Ascent play Feint on this map the other day. And they were doing these mids against Feint where they just came to mid, Soda's jump, Elocore holds W, and Elocore would like get to the point 260 every time. And I know Seven knew this because I told them about it, that this was kind of how they like to play their mids. So I'm really curious to see like what kind of pressure was put on Elocore on the mid. Like I know that Drac jumps and manages to get onto Domo, so that's automatically going to open up some space in the second phase, right? But in like sort of the early phase, I'm curious to know like to what extent was Elocore pressured, and to what extent did Elocore like outplay them. So he takes only one sticky to begin with, but at least that's his crit hills denied. Bombs come in. No one shoots him the whole mid. Other than that one sticky at the start, no one shoots him. So I'm going to check this mid one more time. Oh, goodbye, Drac. Oh shit, he almost gets the second as well. It's pretty tasty. Alright, I just want to watch this mid one more time, because I want to see what the 7 soldiers did, because... Okay, it's like pre-game, right? We're talking about mids, and we know that Ascent like to bomb both soldiers and have Elocore hold W over the point and just go for as much damage as possible, right? So, for 7, it's like you can't do mids where you fight them without having the domo, without having the fucking the demo pressured. Like you have to have a soldier or maybe a buffed scout like on their demo if you're going to take these fights. Like you can do these sort of sneaky mids or whatever, you know, where you send Stark behind and maybe play passive or whatever, but that didn't look like what 7 did. Like Domo was here taking fights with a soldier on his head. Okay, so Stark was in his own kitchen. Meanwhile, Captain was jumping top left. Oh shit. So I think... Yeah, I feel like Domo and Tiger, I don't know, I'm not sure what this mid was supposed to be, in honesty. Because 7 have 2 players passive top left. Like Stark is like they have 3 passive players, 7 do, like 2 top left and 1 in kitchen, and then the other 2 combat classes are just in the middle. Like, do you know what I mean? Like they're not being support. Like these guys are not getting any support from these guys. They're in positions where they can be damaged, but not like. So the players who come aggro onto over the point, right? They can damage Domo and Tiger, but 7's passive players cannot damage them, apart from Stark coming out of kitchen potentially. But by the time Stark does anything significant, this is already going to be too late. So I feel like if 7 use this setup with players top left, Stark in kitchen, Domo and Tiger need to be way more passive so that they can bring these players on the point currently. They need to bring them forward far enough so that Thalash and Captain can damage them. You know what I mean? And so that Stark can get in a position to damage them on the point. Because as it happens, as we're going to see now, these guys are going to die. So Domo's going to die, Tiger's going to die. Okay, Thalash drops down into the meat grinder zone and dies as well. But all of this impact happened before Captain and Thalash were even in a position to do any damage to the enemy, do you know? Like Domo in particular. Like if Domo's playing here, then it has to mean that someone is bombing. Like, hang on, a phone call, 2 seconds. Hello. Hey, you home? Okay, cool. I'll head over in a bit. I'm just finishing up. Okay, cool. I'll give you a call when I'm done. Oh, is your mum making dinner? Hello? I said, is your mum making dinner? Oh, okay, sound. What time is it? Okay, I'll be over like in a bit. I've got like 15 minutes left on this. Alright, well, text me if I am. Height sound. I'll see you in a bit then. Later. Bye. It is at 6:30, gang. Don't sweat it. We got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. It's all good. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there in time. Yeah, so what I was saying. So yeah, if Domo wants to play here, I've lost my little bit. Yeah, so if Domo wants to play here, then he can't be the only one, well, I guess apart from Tiger, he can't be the only one. Like, if Domo's playing here, we have to have someone fighting them, right? It means, like, if Domo's here, it means we're fighting them. If we have, yeah, this is completely incompatible, basically. The top left players with the demo on the point, they just don't go together. Like, we need someone, and the guy in kitchen, like 3 players passive on left while your demo contests the point, that demo is going to get shredded every time. Before these guys are even relevant to the fight, Domo is dead, and then Dalash drops down, and Elacor has full health on the point. Tiger's in the death zone. Dalash has to drop into the death zone to even be involved. So this was an incoherent mid from 7. Like, it was... I don't know what the plan was, to be honest. I'm not actually sure what the call would have been. Because I only know one mid where start goes our kitchen. Like, that's, as in, like, that's the call. Do you know what it is? I actually don't know what dinner is. I actually don't. I was told it was meatballs yesterday, but that was an incorrect call. There was some bad comms given, and now I have no idea. Yeah, I only know one mid where start goes kitchen, and that typically involves everyone being very passive and kind of letting them have, like, start goes our kitchen, and you kind of let them have the point, and at some point start comes out behind them. But I don't think we really do that anymore. Like, that's an old mid. We haven't done that for a long time. So I don't know what this mid was supposed to be, but it looked very unrehearsed by 7. And it didn't look particularly coherent. Like, it didn't really make sense. Like, maybe Domo just missed the memo. I guess in theory, if Domo had played somewhere else, it could have all been fine. Maybe Domo just wasn't sure what to do. Based on, like, maybe Thalash and Captain said, right, we're going to play passive top left. Maybe Domo didn't then play in the right position. Or maybe everyone just baited the absolute fuck out of Domo. It's hard to say without... It's sort of hard to say without knowing the comms. Yeah, I saw the Stark shot twice before, to be fair. I forgot to watch it the 3rd time. But, you know, I feel for Drac. I don't want to just show Drac getting decimated repeatedly. Yeah, so it's ad for 7. Oh, this is the cringe one. So 7 are going to Uber through the shutter, except they forgot to Uber. Yes, boys, just like we practiced. Yeah, so 7 were going to do a slightly different Uber to their usual one because they've struggled against Ascent's last pushes. But yeah, didn't quite go according to plan. No analysis required. Stark's in. Oh, almost though. Okay, it's full ad for Ascent. 7 have 2 guys down. Doma can make a trap and leave just about, but this is basically mid for free for Ascent. They could probably have some delay though, like a little bit of spam, and they should get Uber for 2nd. So this is fairly well played. I think those pipes hit Sill. Yeah, so they've put up enough delay, like just by showing a little bit of presence, like that says to Ascent, like, you know, you can't just hold W, you have to kind of earn this ground a little bit, or risk popping your Uber for nothing. And that buys them enough time, 7 that is, enough time to get Uber for 2nd, so we're back into an even game. Okay, Ascent have mid, but monstrous surf. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, I was fixated on the air shot. I guess the surf was pretty nice as well, right? It has to be. For the potential air shot to be good, the surf must be as big. Yeah, 7 managed to stabilize on 2nd, but Ascent have all the control. If memory serves, Ams is going to get eaten in a few seconds. Yeah, Yeah, so Stark was just like sitting above the awning waiting for him. Like he'd seen Ams peek a few times onto grass and then decided just to sit above the awning waiting for him. Where's my fucking... Alright, there we go. So it's a stalemate on second. Okay, I'm just checking classes. So, I don't think the meta has really changed of this second. Oh, Sil's in. He's denied. I don't think there's been any new, like, revolutionary... Because, okay, I haven't really played Snake in a long time. It was pretty much the perma-ban of I-63-7, like that entire lineup. We pretty much banned it every time. So I haven't really played Snake for a long time, right? Because I didn't play this season, and we basically didn't play Snake in the whole build-up to I-63. I don't think there's been any new groundbreaking mid to second plays though, because I mean the one that kind of became the default meta is I think what it looks like Ascent are doing now, where you come, you pressure grass, you clear the stickies from window if possible, and then you basically like you use this distraction from grass and then you send in a sack. So it looks like Ascent sent a double sack. I'm not sure if that's double sack or not, but okay, Ams is behind and they're kind of chasing it. I really think 7 should not care that Ams is behind. I think they could easily like go and do something with this. Okay, they finally do, but now it's a little bit late. Yeah, now they can't really do anything with this. Because they don't have scouts. Like, both scouts are chasing Ams. I don't like this. Stalash should have just taken Raymond forward and done something there, I think. Like, not necessarily made a play himself, but he could have like made room for Domo to get in, or for Captain to get in. Like, Stark and Tiger between them could have worried about Ams and made sure, like, but pretty much just worried about Ams. Because there's no way, there's, like, the flank was down, right? Sil and... So Sil and Creddy were dead. Sil and Creddy were dead, Ams was behind, 7 had 6 alive. So they could leave Stark, maybe Tiger as well if you want, for Ams. And then just, like, go forward and Thalash can clear stickies and make space for Captains to like go for a sack or something like that, right? But they sat around for a long time, and when they eventually went, they didn't take Thalash, so like Drak was kind of playing on this door, right? Like this. Drak was this was the door of choosing for Drak. And he was just standing here shooting this. Like if Thalash had ran in here with a buff and denied Drak, Captain could have walked in and just, you know, taken high ground, jumped to him, whatever, but because it was Domo had to have this awkward spam engagement with him. It took a long time to break and it turned into an Uber trade. Like, they really just needed a scout with them, I think, to make anything happen there. So, yeah. Ams... Yeah, I don't really know what the play was, like, if they were trying to get Ams behind in the first place, like, if that was the intention, but if the double sack was an accident. Ooh. But either way, when Ams did eventually go behind, 7 should have done something with that, man, because there were only 3 guys forward, right? Like, they had a demo and a soldier on mid with their med. They could have gone anywhere. So, highly questionable stuff, gang. Highly questionable stuff. It's tense. Keep in mind, this is map 4 of a grand final. Stalemates are to be expected. So I guess... Oh, Drak's got... Oh, that was almost really nice. So he didn't quite hit it. Like, he hit it, but he hit it a little bit too high and hit his head on the pipe. But that was almost fat. If he just got that, like, a little bit lower. Very nice stream. Good job, dude. Hey, thanks, Sammy. He means a lot, you know. This is a kind of weird position. I'm not sure why Raymond's here. With only Captain. Like, imagine if a scout ran around the corner right now. Like a buffed scout just ran through Captain. Like, jumped over Captain and just ran in. could turn nasty, you know. Oh boy, man, Ascent took their sweet time in this game. Like, they've had map control for like a lot of it. They've had map control for a lot of it. But they take a long time between plays. Okay. Right. Pretty sneaky trap, let's be real. Can't really be expected to spot that one, boys. Whew. Dear Christ, man. Alright, one more time. With feeling. I'm really surprised that no one shot the corner, though. Like, even though, okay, Dallas should check and clear this trap, I'm quite surprised that, like, no one shot the corner. Like, you know, heavy classes transitioning through the area. Like, I would just expect them to splash the corners, like, almost by default, if you know what I mean. There was even a sticky, like, next to it, kind of warning them. Dear Christ. Yo, it's a yowza. You called to pop? Why would you pop there, though? There was, like, no one in saw. Or was it, did you call pop because you didn't think you'd have time to stop Raymond from walking in? Questionable either way, gang. Questionable play, gang, not gonna lie. I guess they were 2 down. Yeah, I guess the pop wouldn't have been too bad. I can accept that. But I feel like we could have. It was preventable. Let's just say it was preventable. This particular drop. Right. So off the back of that, anyway, Ascent get a push into last. Doing what kind of? Ooh, nice pip. Everyone's dead. Never mind. This is over. Okay, so it's 2-1. It's 2-1, and 7 have been getting kind of fisted these last couple of mids. Like, they got like the very first mid they should have won. But they then chased and fed. And then the other 2, to be fair, like the mids haven't been that bad for 7. Like, the first mid they won. Like, in terms of mid execution, they won, but they just didn't cap because they did a weird chase at the end. Second mid, Stark died instantly. Like, Stark did the same play he did on the first, but he went into their kitchen. Second mid, he got red and died instantly, and 7 backed out, like, straight away. I think a couple of them got caught on the exit, but there was no execution, if you know what I mean. It was just a dead mid. Like, I call them, like, dead mids. Like, there was nothing happened. Like, something, you know, something 1 in 100 happened, and no mid occurred, basically, you know what I mean? Like, no executions occurred. It's only really the third mid they lost. Like, in terms of, like, what you could talk about and discuss strategically, it's only really the third mid that they lost, like, convincingly. But, I mean, I get the pause. There's 6 minutes to go, and it's a mid, so I do get the pause. But it's actually not been that bad for 7 in terms of mids. It should be, like, 1 to 2. Like, as it happens, they haven't capped any of them, but yeah, this is where I make a masterful suggestion. Like, in the end, the decision what 7 take to do on the mids works pretty nice, but I think the key to it is purely just being more aggressive, because, like, you know, we slowed down that last mid and watched it in detail, and we saw just how little pressure, like how badly 7 was set up to absorb pressure whilst also not putting out any pressure of their own. And this mid, like, we're going to see something totally different. So they just go aggressive straight away, and they just kind of catch Ascent off guard, if you know what I mean. Even though there's actually, like, I won't go into details because it's sort of, I guess, behind the scenes stuff, but, like, there's a particular, like, particular mid that they like did here, like a set mid or whatever you want to call it. But I don't think the set mid itself was really that important, having looked back on the demo now. I think it's more just the fact that they went aggressive, and Ascent were very used to being able to walk over the point without being properly contested. What I reckon was the best player for Ascent in the grand final? I'm not sure. I think it's hard to say because they only won one map. Okay, so they only won one map, and Credu beasted on that map, but they did only win one map. On the maps they lost, like, Sil was definitely the best player on Gully. On Badlands, I really don't remember any of them standing out. But Ams has been, like, pretty solid throughout. Like, on all the maps, he's kind of got decent KDs. I'm not 100% sure. We'll check the logs after this. I'll give you my consensus after this game when I've watched it all back. So 7 basically just do the same mid again, where they actually go aggressive and contest. And it's not okay. It's not as clean, but it's still like a convincing mid win. And by the way, how was that for like an adaptation? By the way, the mid just before that. So not this one, but the mid where they 2-2'd it. They were getting crushed on the mid, and then they took a pause. We came up with the plan for the next mid, and then they 6-0'd them on the mid. Like, they got 6 kills and lost 0 players. It's like the fattest like turnaround you could hope for. Oh shit, this play. This was really well played by Raymond. Like, not dropping out of the window and like knowing his boys were coming and shit like that. I thought this was pretty nasty. Oh shit, I'm gonna watch this mid again. We've missed so much juicy action. I was like waffling about like some old shit. Scottish Resistance on Reckon at last. I'm not sure if that was me. I think the Scottish Resistance is legit for some things. Shit, what did I think the Scottish Resistance was legit for? I can't remember what it was. I used to have like a Scottish Resistance like theory craft in my head, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, I fucking haven't gone back far enough. God. Oh shit, what was my Scottish Resistance strat? I can't remember what it was. It was after Quickie Bombs, so it can't have been to do with deleting stickies. I think it was on Badlands last. I think it was just like having loads of fucking traps everywhere while still being able to sticky the point. It's the monster mid. When the cards are down, Captain comes. Boom. It's Capitane. I'm surprised this situation got kind of as out of hand as it did. I feel like they should have just been able to back up to like here. Like Tiger can stand here and basically see everything. Raven in saw with a buff, like as in Tiger has a buff. I feel like it got kind of out of hand. Like it should never have got this close. Like Tiger does good to like kill Drac when he comes in. Okay, he then loses the 1v1 to Ams. He's not getting healed, so it's just a straight 1v1. Raven's in a good spot. Yeah, I feel like they could have played this much safer to begin with. Like, once the situation kind of gets out of control, I feel like Raymond does a good job pulling it back together. But I feel like they could have played further back to begin with, and when, like when Drac and Ams come aggressive, they could have been, like, right here, you know? And, like, they can just back up. As soon as they see them coming, you just back up, like, you just, you know, backpedal and shoot them, backpedal, shoot them, and eventually they take so much damage, or they stop chasing you. And you meet your spawns and shit like that. But whatever they did, it worked. It was fine. But yeah, if that was me, I would have played further back and just waited indefinitely for Ams and Drac to come. So they're gonna walk this one in lower. Oh, so this was crazy. Like, this was like almost a complete fail. Like, to begin with, because Connor's gonna get Uber. But Stark just catches him. Like, no one sits with Connor and gets that Uber for him. But then this, I felt like they should win it here. Like, from this position, okay, 4v3, 3v3, they're gonna get a kill clean. Okay, Thalash is weak, but there's no stickies on the point. Like, Alakor does not have stickies on the point right now. You know what I mean? He has no stickies. Like any one of these guys, like, here is the moment. Just go on the point. Like, Raymond could even do it. At any point. Like, this is the first sticky he's reloaded since this whole fight. If any one of them had just gone on the point for Domo, like, not Domo, but Thalash or Raymond, if they had just gone on the point, this was a guaranteed win. Like, Domo can't really do it because he's the spam class, right? But Alakor had no stickies on the point and no stickies reloaded. It was like a good job by like sort of Alakor and the scout to adapt to like the uncomfortable situation, but the fact Alakor had no stickies was not exploited at all by 7 there. Should have been a guaranteed round though. Even just teasing the point, like a little step on the point and then a step back. We had people like literally like 1 step away from the point at one point, just not actually on it. So this was kind of like a not so clean entry. He should have got that gun. Like he shot like 3 or 4 stickies. I think Domo like didn't quite get the entry he would have wanted and felt a bit uncomfortable. This is the kind of push like 7 don't normally do this push. But it made sense given the way Ascent hold, but it's not something they'd ever practiced before, and they've really struggled with the entry of it. You can tell hadn't really done it before. Again, Happy's cool to school 7 how to push snake last. 7's snake pushes are actually really good. The thing to keep in mind is that Ascent have Drak and particularly AMs who know exactly how we push them. And they set up exactly to counter that exact push. So we have to do it different, basically, in this game. And we knew how to do it, but we just had never really practiced it. Or they had never practiced it. So they never got, like, they didn't even get a good entry, you know? Like, the stuff that should be automatic, like the part of the Uber where you just walk in, they just had not done it before, and it was really, like, they never got in clean. Like, the 2 or 3 ad pushes they had were never clean entries. But this trade was pretty clean. Ascent thought they had an unbreakable hold, but then they realized it was all a bait. So they trade in left, get a fuckload of damage, get rid of the gun, and then just instantly rotate onto the right. And this was like I'll tell you guys a little secret. This was it's funny that it turns out this was the very last fight of the game, but 7 had the plan of doing this like the whole time. Because they had a scrim where Ascent did this hold and 7 could not break it. Like, I don't speak during the scrims, I just watch and give like some input afterwards. And I just watched them for like half an hour, like bang their heads against this fucking sniper who was sniping here with a demo and this gun, like right here. But then we talked about it afterwards. And we came up with like a plan for how to fight against it. And it just turns out like they never had to use it until the very last fucking moment of the game. And they fucking absolutely nailed it. It was pretty juicy. Go back to the start. What, of the trade? Oh shit, it's gonna reset. No reset. Ah! Okay, this is not where we want to be. Get on heavy cam. Wait, what do you want to see? What's up, Antidote tf2? How's it going, my bro? What time are we on? 5:30. Okay. We'll wrap it up pretty much. So yeah, that was the game. So the Thalash cam for the last push. Oh, I've gone back way too far. Whatever. Wait, what? I don't understand what you want me to watch. Oh, start of the game. Okay, I'll go there in a second. I just want to see this trade one more time. From your POV. I had it in my head that I was going to watch this trade from your POV. And now I'm doing it. Yeah, so it's like they have to flash. And it's just an easy rotate. Easy peasy rotate. Squeezy. Right, so you want to go right to the beginning of the game. Okay, we'll check that out, and then I'm gonna bounce because it's dinner time. So you want to see where you got Uber in time? You must be a bit more specific, because I actually have no idea what you mean. That's very unfortunate. I feel when the stickies keep disappearing out from under you. Fuck. Nah, it's just rude. That's just pure rudeness. Fucking scout privilege, man. Well. Right, boys. So that was the grand final. Oh yeah, I gotta check the logs. I said I would give you my consensus on who I thought Ascent's best player was in the end. So on Snake, I don't know about Snake. Snake was a weird game. Like, they had good mids until they didn't. And the stalemates, like, where did Ascent's rounds come from? The first round was really goofy. Like 7-1 the mid, and then completely fed. And then I can't remember what happened on last. But then I feel like most of this game was just like stalemates. It was just like stalemate. Ascent played it very slow, and I don't think they got much. Like, it wasn't like they had anyone consistently forcing or anything like that. Like, Ascent stalemate game wasn't that good. The eventual round they got after one stalemate was because of Raymond dropping Uber, pushing mid. So Ascent's rounds on this game came from like a really big 7 mistake after a mid, and then another really big mistake dropping Uber. I guess Elico was probably the best player on this map. I mean, he got the drop on Raymond. I think it was a big mistake by 7, but I mean, you can only exploit the mistakes that are in front of you, right? So yeah, I guess Elico was probably the best player on this map, but I mean, I feel like they had players who are good on like different maps. Let's check the overall logs. That'll tell us it, because logs TF is the best at analyzing tf2. So Am's got the fat KD, but he's the pocket scout, so it's like you basically have to, or you're just dead weight. Like, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, I don't know. My instinct told me that Sil was like the best player overall. I think on Gully he was like the standout best player. But the best performance for Ascent was like Credu and Drac. I guess in particular Credu, but Credu and Drac on a Viaduct. But I think Ams and Sil were the best overall for Ascent. But I think everyone had their kind of moments. I mean, this is discounting Connor because like he's a medic, and it's kind of difficult to compare a medic to other players unless you do something absolutely fucking tragic or insane, which wasn't really the case in this game. But yeah, like MVP for Viaduct, I guess, is probably Cruddy, right? And that's the map they won. But Ams was also good on that map, like solid, like really nice KD, and Drac had really like big impact play. But Sil was good throughout. I'm gonna go with Silentes. I'm gonna say Silentes was the best Ascent player of this match. Whoever asked before, I can't remember, but I think a lot of them played quite good as well. But yeah, barring a disaster, I will be back next season, and we can get back to some nice, boring Team Fortress. All right, boys. Yeah, this was the round final. So, I guess there's not really going to be any demos to watch. Were you the best on Pro? You were the best in my heart, Elacor. Yeah, Prolands is a rough demo log kind of game. Like, I thought it was actually quite funny. Like, Domo had the most classic, like, winning on Badlands logs I've ever seen. Like, keep in mind this was like a really quite comfortable game for 7, and Domo went 5 for 6. And I don't think Domo played bad. Like, I don't think he played bad at all, just on Badlands. Even when you're winning, you spend half the game just area denial. Like, just area denial, area denial, area denial. And you don't get that much damage, and it usually doesn't get you frags. So even though Domo played quite well, I think, he went 5 for 6. So this was like a classic demo logs on Badlands game. Like, it doesn't happen this way in Badlands scrims. I feel like in scrims the play is a bit more free flowing, but then in matches you end up with these stalemates where you just deny area and don't get kills. Like, you so obviously can't take that space that you don't even contest it. But yeah, it's pretty weird. Those heals though. Stark is a beast. But yeah, alright boys, it's almost dinner time, so I'm gonna run. But yeah, what I was saying before, I probably ain't gonna stream again for a little while because I can't really stream gameplay at the moment because my PC just can't handle it. Like, it's just torture trying to play while streaming. I don't know, maybe I'll reconsider on that one at some point. But yeah, this is the end of the season, so there's not really going to be any demos to watch. Maybe if the ESCA like playoffs turn out really insane, I'll watch some of that. But we'll see, I guess. But yeah, don't know when next stream's going to be. But yeah, I guess this is the end of the alternative season 31 coverage. ESCA demos would be cool as fuck. Yeah, I think if the games are good, I will, because I get like the itch to stream every now and then, and even though I can't stream gameplay, it is fun. So I think if the ESCA like finals or wait, is there still an upper bracket final to be played, or has that already happened? I think is upper bracket final the next game in ESCA? Let's find out. Is it scheduled? Okay. ESCA. Yeah, so upper bracket final is next. Okay, if upper bracket final is good, and then lower bracket final, I guess. Okay, basically, if any ESCA games are actually good, I'll probably watch some of those, like, over the next few weeks then. What am I saying? My sub count. Mate, my sub count has plummeted. But don't worry, I'll watch ESCA and I'll say Banny is the best, and then all of his subs will sub to me, and it's going to be great. But yeah, hopefully, yeah. Let's say I'm going to do some ESCA games. Surely some of the games have probably got to be decent. Lower bracket final probably won't be super great. Alright, I guess it's a skill gap after the top 2, right? Well, either way, any decent ESCA playoff games, I'll watch on stream at some point if they're any good. Banny beholden. But yeah, for now I'm gone, boys and girls. Thank you for watching this season with me. I hope it provided some benefit to someone. But yeah, until the ESCA playoffs, it's goodbye.